Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. This is the Salinas City Council meeting. This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. Translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. Assistant City Clerk.
Esta reunión está disponible en español para los miembros del público y en Zoom. Las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
Zoom webinar participation can be found on the city's website. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Osornio, would you lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Barrera. Here. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember McShane. Councilmember McShane. Councilmember Osornio.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Mayor Craig.
Here.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll start with our proclamation. If I could have you pinch hit, Councilmember Rocha. It is National Community Development Week, April 1st through 5th. And I think we have the Community Development Department staff here with us. I'll have Councilmember Rocha read the proclamation.
Thank you so much. This is a real privilege to be able to do this, considering I'm chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee for the city, and I've had the opportunity to work with our community development staff quite frequently, and I am so proud of our staff. We have one of the, I would argue, most talented, committed, passionate community development staff in the state of California, in the country. And whenever I have the privilege of going to represent the city of Salinas at conferences, it's always a point of great joy for me to be able to speak about the work that you do for our city. So thank you so much. National Community Development and Affordable Housing Week, April 1st through 5th, 2024, whereas the week of April 1st through the 5th, 2024 has been designated as National Community Development Week to celebrate the Community Development Block Grant Program, the Home Investment Partnership Program, and all other federal programs in support of community development and affordable housing. And whereas the City of Salinas is committed to ensuring that every person has equal access to quality housing that is safe and affordable, and whereas the CDBG program provides annual funding to the city to provide residents with economic opportunities, appropriate community facilities and services, and decent and safe affordable housing, and whereas the HOME program provides funding to local communities to fund affordable housing projects for rent and home ownership to residents, and whereas the ESG program provides funding for agencies to address the needs of unhoused residents in emergency or transitional shelters to regain stability after experiencing a housing and/or homelessness crisis, and whereas these federal programs have improved the quality of life of Salinas residents by funding projects for affordable housing, infrastructure, public facilities, fair housing, public services, and economic vitality in our community. And whereas the community thanks the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development staff, the affordable housing developers, and the numerous nonprofit agencies tirelessly providing exceptional services to disadvantaged members of our community. Now, therefore, I, Kimberly Craig, on behalf of the Salinas City Council, do hereby proclaim April 1st through 5th, 2024 to be National Community Development Week in the city of Salinas, and recognize the outstanding work being done locally and nationally by the CDBG, HOME, and ESG programs and their subrecipients. Thank you.
Thank you. If we have our folks from the Community Development Department want to stand, and we have Lisa Brinton here to maybe give a few words.
It's okay.
Yeah, come on up.
Thank you. Put me on the spot here. I have to say, this is a very committed group of individuals. I'm very proud to serve alongside them to making our community a better place, be it through public infrastructure, the provision of housing, providing supportive services to individuals that are unhoused or at risk in losing their housing. So really, I give all credit to them and all the work that they do.
If you want, if you guys want to gather around council, if we can get up and get a photo for our social media and for promoting the Community Development Department Week. Okay, we'll need to squeeze in a little bit. Maybe come forward so you guys can squeeze in just a little bit on this side here. Okay. Okay, ready? All right, ready? 1, 2. Actually, do we go up these things? Email public comments received and communicated to the council, to the mayor, and the city clerk, and will be entered in the permanent record. Public comments generally are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. I may further limit the time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. We're now open for public comments on items that are not on today's agenda and that are in the city of Salinas' subject matter jurisdiction. Comments on agenda items should be held until we reach those items on the agenda. Go ahead, we're open.
All right.
Hi, welcome.
Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, city council members. My name is Kimberly Bryant, and today I thought I would offer a psalm for your consideration and as an act of prayer. I'm offering Psalm 33. Let the godly sing for joy to the Lord. It is fitting for the pure to praise him. Praise the Lord with melodies on the lyre. Make music for him on the 10-stringed harp. Sing a new song of praise to him. Play skillfully on the harp and sing with joy. For the word of the Lord holds true, and we can trust everything he does. He loves whatever is just and good. The unfailing love of the Lord fills the earth. The Lord merely spoke, and the heavens were created. He breathed the word, and all the stars were born. He assigned the sea its boundaries and locked the oceans in vast reservoirs. Let the whole world fear the Lord, and let everyone stand in awe of him. For when he spoke, the world began. It appeared at his command. The Lord frustrates the plans of the nations and thwarts all their schemes. But the Lord's plans stand firm forever. His intentions can never be shaken. What joy for the nation whose God is the Lord, whose people he has chosen as his inheritance. The Lord looks down from heaven and sees the whole human race. From his throne he observes all who live on the earth. He made their hearts, so he understands everything that they do. The best equipped army cannot save a king, nor is great strength enough to save a warrior. Don't count on your war horse to give you victory. For all its strength, it cannot save you. But the Lord watches over those who fear him, those who rely on his unfailing love. He rescues them from death and keeps them alive in times of famine. We put our hope in the Lord. He is our help and our shield. In him, our hearts rejoice, for we trust in his holy name. Let your unfailing love surround us, Lord, for our hope is in you alone. Amen.
Thank you. Appreciate the abridged version. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
All right, good afternoon, City Council, Madam Mayor. Just to take a moment right now, it's today, March 19th. I believe Councilmember McShane, you celebrated 50 years. Yes. Well, as someone maybe a year and a half older than you, and having been born and raised here in the city of Salinas, just to take a moment to recognize how crucial historical setting that we're in at this moment. To bring it all into perspective, we have been in this effort to really garner the experience of our folks that are fighting for rent stabilization and protection for renters. In this effort, we have been experiencing or have been able to hear and listen to many stories. And the one story that stands out reflects how extractive the economy that we have here in Salinas. One example are the application fees in which residents or those who are trying to apply for a space end up paying maybe about $50, $60 an application, and realizing that not only them, but they're also the other members of the family as well. So in one family can come in and ask for, housing for one adult and one parent and 3 adults. They all end up paying for 4 applications. Now, just to kind of keep that in mind as we hear from our residents that have been a part of this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Víctor Mora. La otra vez que venimos entregamos 2,100 peticiones y hoy traemos otras 956 peticiones de parte de la escuelita y para el control y desalojo de renta. Hemos trabajado un poco, como se les había dicho en la otra ocasión que estuve yo aquí, muchos no tenemos viviendas y andamos batallando y ahorita mucha gente está sufriendo por el desalojo. Les dan 1 semana o 2 semanas para desalojar la vivienda donde viven. Queremos que nos escuchen y nos pongan un poco de su parte para a ver si logramos este control de renta y desalojo. Hemos luchado mucho todos los compañeros, agarrando las peticiones, oyendo los lamentos de todos los compañeros, personas que nos dan su información. Esto me está pasando. Estoy rentando un cuartito, pago tanto, no tengo derecho ni a hacer ni calentar una ollita para hacerme un café o algo. Es triste escuchar todo lo que, cuando ando juntando las peticiones estas, lo que te dicen en la calle. Esperemos que nos ayuden, por favor. Sería todo. Gracias. Aquí le entrego las hojas.
Hi, welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. My name is Victor Mora, and last time we were here, we delivered 2,100 petitions. On this occasion, we have 956 petitions we are going to deliver from La Escuelita. And it's all about the same thing, rent control and evictions. We have worked hard for a lot of time. There's families and members here that are struggling. They don't have a home, and they're suffering eviction. Sometimes they get a notice and they have to leave their house in 1 or 2 weeks. So we really ask you to please listen. Please let's make an effort because we really have to achieve this rent control and then control the evictions. It's been a struggle to get all these petitions. It is very sad to hear all the sorrow stories and all the things that our community says when they give us the information. They tell us we rent a room, we have to pay this amount of money, and it's sad that we can't even go to the kitchen and heat a cup of coffee because it's not included. So it's hard to hear all these stories when we're getting signatures, so I hope you can help us. Thank you so much, and who do I deliver these papers to?
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejo. Bueno, aquí estamos todos unidos para hacer una petición para que nos ayuden con lo que es tocante a la renta. Estamos que pueden concedernos el 2% porque no solamente en la renta, porque también tocante a las aplicaciones, porque cuando, por ejemplo, nosotros quieren desalojarnos o tenemos que entregar el apartamento o casa, tenemos que meter aplicaciones y por cada persona tienes que pagar $40, $45. Y cuando al final te das cuenta de que son ya 30 hasta 60 aplicaciones que ya la compañía tiene y nosotros aplicamos y al final nos dicen que no calificamos, ya sea porque debes de tener buen crédito y debes de ganar muy bien y luego ellos ya saben que no vas a calificar, simplemente que hacen para estarse aprovechando de lo poco que nosotros estamos ganando porque pues nosotros trabajamos en el campo y no es tan fácil ahorrar tanto dinero para lo que es la renta ahorita que ya donde quiera cualquier compañía que te parece trabajar lo que es en la agricultura en el campo solamente te están dando 8 horas y 5 días, entonces es muy difícil reunir con los gastos que tenemos de alta calidad de renta, reunir dinero para, por ejemplo, cuando te vas a cambiar, ya no vas a contar, ya contando arriba de $6,000 para el entre, porque te cobran el entre, el depósito y un mes extra de depósito. Entonces, queremos pedirles que tengan un poco de consideración en todos nosotros que día a día estamos aquí tratando de sacar nuestra ciudad adelante y para el bien de todos nosotros. Gracias, muy amable.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejo, and I'm here with a petition from all of us. We really need help regarding the rent. We need it to be at least just 2%. And the thing is that one of the problems is that when we get evicted and we have to look for another place to live, we have to pay application fees. And those application fees are $45 to $50 per person. And when you suddenly realize there's 30 or 60 people that have submitted their application, and they tell you then that you're not eligible because maybe you don't have a good salary or you don't have a good credit score. And they know from the beginning that you're not going to be eligible. They know that you're not going to be able to rent the house, but they still take your money. For us, it's hard. We work in the field. It's hard for us to get enough money. And right now, the field, we're just working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So it's really hard to pay our expenses and gather enough money to move. Sometimes we need like $6,000 because they ask for down payment first month, and it is really hard. So we want to ask you to please take a little bit of consideration for us that we are working day to day trying to get this city to be better and for all our well-being.
Hi, welcome.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jesús Estrada, un organizador del Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad. Y el día de hoy pues traigo a 1,029 firmas solicitando una estabilidad de renta y protección contra desalojo. Mucha gente tiene ese problema y la mayoría de los trabajadores están viviendo en mala condición, pero también cuando quieren desalojar a los inquilinos, lo desalojan sin previo aviso. ¿sí? Es uno. El otro, la renta es altísimo, es muy caro. Hemos oído historia de varias personas que trabajan en el campo, están pagando hasta $4,000 por un mes de apartamentos de 2 recámaras. Tenemos esa historia y tenemos el lugar. Creo que es algo que ustedes, como autoridad, como concejales, pueden hacer algo localmente, y también pues como CCA estamos trabajando con varias iniciativas a nivel estatal, estamos apoyando, ¿sí? Entonces yo creo que yo pienso que ustedes pueden hacer algo que ustedes tienen control en su mano localmente, y creo que lo pueden hacer sobre estabilidad de renta localmente y protección contra desalojo. Ese es el problema más grave que hemos oído aquí. Y aquí traigo la lista de todos los distritos de cada uno de ustedes. Aquí está, aquí lo van a ver, si lo van a ojear. Gracias.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Jesus Estrada, and I'm an organizer with CCA. And today I am presenting 1,029 signatures. These signatures are for rent stabilization and for protection against eviction. This is a big problem, and it's really bad for us because most people live in very bad conditions, and even though they live in bad conditions, regardless, when they're going to evict them, they don't even give them a notice. And another problem is that rent is really, really high. We hear stories about the people that work in the field, and sometimes they have to pay $4,000 a month for rent for one apartment, 2-room apartment. So we've heard a lot of stories, and I think the council can do something about it. Maybe locally, CCA, we're working with a lot of initiatives at state level. So I think you guys can support this. I think that the council can do something locally for rent stabilization and to protect us against eviction. And this is a list of all the people that have signed. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. Okay, hi, my name is John Brady. I have lived in Monterey County all my life. I was a dishwasher, busboy, and presently I am a janitor. I grew up in Carmel until I was 18. I lived in Salinas for 40 years, and I still live in Salinas presently. I was in a restaurant, and I almost choked on a piece of meat. I noticed there was no warning label on the menu. I was thinking that I should give this speech so this doesn't happen and before it's too late. I myself have saved the life from an elderly man who had a heart attack. That happened when I was 17. I was also thinking that tourists might like this and come back again. Maybe this is the first time this has happened for restaurants, for kids too. Maybe other cities would follow up on this too. Maybe Salinas is the first time. Maybe you officials could have other ideas too. Thank you. Who I get the envelope to? Or? Has my phone number and my address too.
You can give it to our
I have no
assistant city
email,
clerk.
but maybe one day I will. Who do I give this to?
To our assistant city clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Freeman. I live in North Salinas, and I've encountered these kids that are driving their bicycles into traffic and several times. And my main concern is I don't want any of these children, young people, to lose their life, but they drive right into traffic. They drive onto the highway. They drive against traffic, and then they're offensive to other people that are driving around, and they make other people almost have accidents. And I don't know if you can contact their parents or do something about them, their bicycles, but my main concern is one of them is going to lose their life, and it's going to happen sooner than later. I don't want that to happen. Before I'm gone, I want the world to be safer for everyone. Over the last week here in the city of Salinas, there was a shooting off of Natividad Road. There was a shooting off of Sanborn Road in the parking lot. And there's a stabbing of an Alvarez High School student, and there's a robbery not far from here at the Chase Bank in downtown Salinas. I want our world to be better, and I know it can be, but it's going to take a lot of hard work. I want the children of today to have the same life that I did, and I want the people that are living in housing here in Salinas to not be taken advantage of. And I want the people outside the park that are advocating for the park tonight to be active in that park. And I support Carter Lake as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff just handed me a note. I know we have quite a few people here for rent control. The Housing and Land Use Committee will hear a presentation on it on March 26th. So that's just for your information coming up. Thank you. We'll continue on with public comment. Welcome.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Teresa Merino. Soy originaria de Oaxaca y estoy aquí representando a la comunidad chatina. Yo hablo chatino. Estoy aquí pidiendo para que ustedes pongan atención de que aquí también hay mucha comunidad que trabaja en el campo, que en este tiempo no están trabajando, pero la renta se les sigue aumentando. El contrato les llega, pero en inglés. No toman en consideración que ellos hablan otro idioma, que el contrato ni siquiera lo pueden entender. Y asumen de que ellos entienden lo que se les está cobrando y ellos, como no tienen manera de cómo pedir o dónde pedir ayuda para que no les suban la renta, ellos lo pagan porque no quieren ser desalojados. Estoy aquí pidiendo para que haya un control de renta porque los niños merecen crecer en un lugar saludable. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Merino, and I'm from Oaxaca. I'm here representing the Chatino community. I speak Chatino, and I'm asking for your attention. The field workers, that work in the field, they can't really afford to pay the rent. They receive the contracts. It's in English. They don't even understand the contract. And people assume that they understand, but they don't even know where to go for help. They just pay whatever they tell them because they're afraid of being evicted without even understanding what they're paying for. So we do really need rent stabilization, eviction protection, because our children deserve to live and grow in a healthy environment.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is David Leva, and I was raised in Salinas many years, and I've seen a lot of things growing up and changes. And I see renters struggle and struggle and struggle, and it's hard because I'm a renter now. And for one room, you're paying over $1,000, and like people say, they're unable to use the kitchen or laundry room. And you see, a couple times, I lived in a trailer or motorhome, and it had rats, it had stuff, unlivable, no water, unlivable conditions, and reported to the city, and the city told me, well, you'd have to get a list from your renter, and maybe he can fix all the issues. I said, we tried that, it doesn't work, and I got no response. So we moved out, and now we're renting again, much better conditions, but my fiance and she lived in a garage, and the water was running through the floor, and no lighting, no unlivable conditions. There was no windows in the garage, not even in the opening the door. There was no windows. Everything was black, and that's why we're here. And a lot of time, and we went also for looking for a room for her, and the lady presented, you two have to get a tuberculosis shot from the hospital in order to rent. And I was like, first time in my surprise, I'm like, what? So, but yeah, I've seen a lot of changes, and it's getting worse. So plead for your help. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Janet Wogmuth. I'm the District Director with the California Conservation Corps, Monterey District, and I'm proud to say that we are now back in the city of Salinas after a 12-year hiatus. We are currently partnering up with our friends over at Rancho Cielo. We have one crew that is going to be designated for forestry projects, that is fuel reduction, not only in Monterey County, Santa Cruz, and in San Benito as well. We enroll 18 to 25-year-old men and women and go up to the age of 29 for our military vets. These young people have an opportunity to earn a high school diploma, earn a stipend, get skills, make a huge impact in our community. And we are here, and we're planning on staying here for a lot longer than we did the last time. We have put together a application as well for projects at Carr Lake in the near future. So we are about young people. We're about getting your constituents in the workforce and giving them skills so they have other options. And I have packets here I'll leave with the clerk, but if you're interested, I'll be more than happy to come back and do a full presentation on the CCC. I think it's something that all your constituents can benefit in being in this program, and it's already in full effect because our young people are already up at Fremont's Peak making a difference up there. So we look forward to meeting with you all, and I'll be more than happy to come back and present to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. So my name's Eloise Shim, and I'm on the Historic Resources Board, and the majority, the consensus on our board is that it would be a good idea to have like an art contest that for the youth so that they could learn more about things that the structures that are here in Salinas that are historic resources, and also about the Mills Act and preservation. The Mills Act is actually something that gives tax relief to people who preserve historic structures in Salinas. And, you know, since you have like a housing element and it's not mutually conflicting to preserve the historic housing here in Salinas and also to build new housing. Both of those things can be side by side. And also it's a good thing for the youth in the summer rather than, you know, if they're bored out of school and they not getting into trouble if they do some kind of an art contest. So I'm just talking about that so that they'll have something positive to do and be with their community, since it's Community Development Week. So it's a way to do that also. So I just bought these things for less than $25, and I've done 4 drawings. I can do 70 more. So, you know, and also I might be able to get some funding from the Monterey Arts Council to provide materials for it.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Un momento para
Mi nombre es
oración.
Hilary López. Mi motivo de estar aquí es, vivo por allá por el área de la Walmart. Tienen la ciudad, lo que es la propiedad de la ciudad, lo tienen bien abandonado. No le dan mantenimiento. Hay unas hierbas, parece que estamos viviendo en el cerro por allá. Y esto ha existido por años, por años. Yo estoy cansada de estar avisando, diciéndoles, tanto también Anthony Rocha también les ha dicho, y sigue el problema por años, más, se habla de más de 20 años. Soy una mujer muy ocupada, tengo a mi ex esposo cuadrapléjico y tuve que hacer el tiempo para venir, venir, y siempre sigue el problema. Quiero que, por favor, se pongan a trabajar en esto. Quiero una junta en privado para hablar tocante los temas. También hay otro tema que traigo respecto a mi salud por las banquetas. Por las banquetas como están ahí en toda el área. Traigo papeles médicos y esto es lo que pasa en nuestra ciudad, la hermosa ciudad de Salinas. Por favor, todos mis estimados señores o señora, ponerse a trabajar en esto, porque hay algo que se puede hacer, aunque son la ciudad. Hay algo que debemos hacer nosotros como dueños de nuestras residencias. Muchas gracias y que pasen una bonita tarde.
Cuando usted dice banquetas, ¿se refiere a las sidewalks? ¿Banquetas a qué se refiere? ¿A los sidewalks?
Sí, las
aceras. Ok, perfecto.
Gracias.
Voy a confirmar.
Hi, my name is Hilary Lopez, and I'm here because I live near the area of Walmart, and there is a property of the city that is very abandoned. It needs maintenance urgently. There's so much weed there that it seems like you're walking into a forest, and that has been there for years. I'm tired of coming and asking for that maintenance. Anthony Rocha has also mentioned it, and the problem is still there. We're talking it's maybe 20 years. I am a very busy woman. My ex-husband is quadriplegic, and I've still taken some time to come here and talk to you about all these issues. The problem continues and nothing happens. And another thing that I want to talk about is my health, because my health has been affected because of the sidewalks. And I have medical documents that prove that, because I know that it's the city that also has to do the work, has to keep these sidewalks, but it's also the residents. So I'm asking for a meeting to address all these issues. As a resident, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I want to first start off by saying thank you to two people. McShane, thank you for your apology. I was not here, but I was informed of what you did. So many people think you were wrong, and some don't, but I did. But either way, thank you for that. Orlando, thank you for this weekend and being on Facebook and interacting with the community, which is something that the community needed for a long time from either one of you guys. By doing that, it shows your interest back in the people, and I personally appreciate that. Kimberly, as you could see, I made a shirt in representation of the misuse of decorum that you use. On April 28, 2015, there was a revision made regarding the procedure and guidelines of the public decorum. Not only have you misused it, you take away our First Amendment right, and two, you put us in a position where you could shut us down, remove us, ban us, and even have us arrested at your discretion. I want you to know that after today, every meeting that I attend and or watch, I'll be making sure you do not abuse your privilege. Nowhere in the revision does it say I cannot address any of the council by their names, which is when you use decorum. And you've done that to me twice, only because you didn't like what I had to say, or for that matter, you don't like what anybody has to say, you throw out decorum. So no, I will be looking into how I will be able to hold you accountable for that. And speaking of accountability, let's talk on you and McShane. The two of you had requested money throughout the years to be approved for the nonprofits you both work for and make over $100,000. My question is, when asking for approval of the money for your nonprofits, do you remove yourself from the rooms? Political Reform Act prohibits a public official from using his or her official position to influence a governmental decision which he or she knows or has a reason to know, and she or he has a financial interest.
Thank you.
I'm looking into that.
Good for you. Hi, welcome.
Ay, buenas tardes, tengan todos ustedes. Mi nombre es José Albor. Vengo como representante de la Costa Plaza, de la mesa directiva, Margarita Alvarado, mi compañera, Félix Gutiérrez, Ana Carrillo y también Teresa Gutiérrez. Bueno, quiero dar las gracias porque la semana pasada ya por ahí se miró la policía patrullar, pero me gustaría que entre siempre en la 914, en la entrada, y haga una vuelta de rutina siempre. Viernes, sábado y domingo, la cosa está tremenda allí. Yo, por favor, se los pido de todo corazón que nos ayuden, porque yo no puedo decir que a la gente llega como ustedes, que represento la Costa Plaza, porque hay represalias contra mí, hay insultos, hay agresiones y nuestra propiedad o nuestros vehículos son destruidos. A Margarita Alvarado hace 2 meses le destruyeron sus carros, vidrios quebrados, llantas ponchadas. Hasta allí llegamos en ese lugar, a ese lado de... Y ella dijo, ¿sabes qué? Yo hasta aquí ya, dijo, ya no. Le dije, oye, si no nos levantamos nosotros para tratar con estas personas o pedir ayuda, ¿quién lo va a hacer? No va a haber nadie aquí, le dije. Vamos a seguirle. Y yo estoy animándolos a ellos porque de plano se les cayó la moral también. Hoy estuve allí en la Costa Plaza en la 914, allí mirando algunos trabajos que hizo el de mantenimiento. Cuando yo para mi casa, de repente ya me cayó un tipo por allí, pidiéndome disque cables para su carro. No sé quién lo mandó, pero su apariencia no se miraba muy bien, ¿eh? Era algo serio. Y también se habló aquí de las rentas. Sí, yo soy handyman, mi profesión. Los impuestos por las nubes, aseguranza por las nubes. Taxis, híjole, ¿para qué les digo? Les doy gracias a ustedes por su trabajo.
Señor.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Albor, and I am from the board of Costa Plaza. I am here representing Maria Alvarado, Felix Gutierrez, Ana Carrillo, y Teresa Gutierrez. Thank you for all the work you do. We saw that this weekend, we saw police doing some routine drive-through at 9:14, but we would like them to go in and, do like a routine all the time, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That is when it's really terrible. So please, I ask from the bottom of my heart if you can please help us with that. I can't really even say that I'm part of the board of Costa Plaza because I get insulted, and then I suffer retaliation in our cars, in our property. 2 months ago, Maria Alvarado, her cars were destroyed, the windows were broken, and she said, no more. I don't want to do this anymore. But I told her, if we don't get up and try to help each other, who will? So we continue, and today I saw some work being done in 1914. There was some maintenance, and on my way home, this guy stopped me. He asked me to jumpstart his car, and he didn't look that good, to be honest. I was a little scared to help him. Also, I'm a handyman, and I can tell you that rents are sky high, taxes are sky high, insurances are sky high. So we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Mike Bassetti. Work for Cushman & Wakefield here in town. And I've sat here and listened to a lot of people talk about rent control. And rent control will not solve the problem because it doesn't go to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is there's just not enough housing units here in Salinas. When's the last time a subdivision has been built here in town? It's been over 10 years. Here several years back, to his credit, Andy Myrick, who was at that time the economic director, called our office because we talk to home developers all the time, home builders, talk to a lot of business people. And he asked a very simple question. He goes, tell me why aren't home builders building here in Salinas? Because we have such a need. There's such strong demand from our town. We need more homes. Why aren't they building? And these are the questions that you people need to be asking, because this is the root of the problem. Why aren't they building? Why aren't they providing more homes to our city? If you have adequate amounts of housing, you have no need for rent control. But there's a dearth of housing, not just in Salinas, it's all over the state of California. And I think the municipalities are going to have to ask themselves some hard questions. Why aren't they delivering more homes to California? Because we certainly have a need, right? We have a tremendous need. So anyway, you may want to ask yourselves those hard questions. And hey, don't hesitate to call our office, because we talk to all these people and we hear their frustrations. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jose Guerra, representing Montevilla community. I've had a lot of great meetings with great people lately. I talked to John Murray, Assistant Chief of Police. I had an appointment with Andrew Sandoval. I met Orlando Ansornio. There's a lot of other great people. Chris Pereira hooked us up with a couple meetings with Mr. Callahan. And I'm just saying, we need to get everybody in the same room. I'd like to have a meeting with everybody, or 3 at a time, 4 at a time, however you guys, whatever your guidelines or whatever you guys go by, so we can get everybody on the same page. I'm having an issue with the code enforcement and PD contradicting what they say. Code enforcement tells PD is incorrect in something he mentioned to us, and I believe that it's just code enforcement trying to not want to do what they need to do. I don't know why there's just so much, going this way and that way, nobody doing anything about it. I mean, we need to solve it. We need to get everybody in the same room so nobody can tell on the other person and actually do something right. And again, we have the Vanguard building coming up, and like I told Mr. Avila Construction, why don't you build another building for people other farm workers that need housing? Why don't you do that? Oh, we don't have any money. There's a lot of funding. There's a lot of government funding. There's a lot of federal funding. There's a lot of everything. You got to just look for it. I don't see why nobody's jumping on that here. A lot of you guys have a lot of influence in the community. Use it. Help these people. These people are asking for your help. I mean, I know some of us are a little better off than others. We've had better gifts in life, but these are still people. They still need to be helped by the community, which is you guys, all 80 of you up there, and whoever else is helping you guys. You guys need to do something. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's interesting to hear the discussion about services and people living conditions. We have open borders. You guys haven't seen nothing yet. And unless you are looking at how it is that you can, one, protect the people that are already invested, and two, figure out how it is that you're going to come up with the ability to pay for the services for the people that are coming, you're going to be in trouble. You need to have a long-term plan that will allow for you to be able to provide service to the immigrants that are coming in. You haven't seen nothing yet. And taxing people out of their homes just creates more homelessness. So I wish you a lot of luck with that. I believe that if you know this is coming, you can't say that you believe that you're being blindsided by these problems. If there's homelessness today, it's going to double. And again, if you don't know how to protect your community while still providing services, then basically everybody's going to be on welfare. And everybody's going to be taxed out of their homes, and you're going to be creating bonds that pressure people that are already pressured. Many people that own homes are living day to day, so taxing them more is not going to be a solution. So maybe there's ways of bringing in business, maybe there's ways of bringing in income, but if you're not planning, then we're going to have a room full of homeless people talking about we don't have opportunities, and the people that had homes are going to join them. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager. I am here to inform you that we have met with different departments, and the first thing they tell us is, have you spoke to your City Council person? So I have spoken to my City Council person, and I'm here again to speak to my City Council people and the rest of the council people. I'm requesting to know how much money that was allocated for this year was not used, so we can move forward to work and put it to work in Montebello and the rest of the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to comment in public comment? If so, come to the microphone. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. We're still doing sweeps, and we're spending an awful lot of money on ourselves, pushing other people around. They're too poor. They have no stature. They're not even renters. They can't even cry for rent control. They can't cry for taxes to become homeless. They're already there. We need to allow them to have the housing they're providing for themselves, to be somewhere. We're floating around a thing for a CARS card. If you've signed up for CARS, HMIS, you have a case manager, then you should be afforded an address, and you should be afforded police protection, not police persecution. They're your residents, and we're going to drive them up to vote, too. That's going to be Orlando's district, I suppose, overall. But they're everywhere throughout the city. They're everywhere throughout the county. This was a major claim 10 years ago that nobody wants services. Yes, they do. What they want is support. They need a firm foundation. They need just a little bit of structure if you're worried about trash. Organized space. We're going to put it up, to where we're supporting people with the union, with bedside commodes, stoves, and bottled water. We're going to do support like you were doing during shelter in place. And that's actually what we need to get back to, if not better. Running water and electricity, generators, be able to charge cell phones and laptops if that was affordable, to get a job. Because there's no way, unless you survive electronically or on paper, unless you're like a shareholder, your worth is diminishing by the day. And it's all wealth inequality. We're not doing it right. We need to take care of people. You need to stop the sweeps and actually validate your residents.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Shasha Sage, and I'm here on behalf of the homeless, considerably. I have been in California now for 5 years. I came here for 2 days 5 years ago. Here I am today. I have seen so much happen, and I have done so much for the people in the streets. I think because for what I do and for what I can do, I think there's a whole lot more that can be done by the system, because people are people, they're humans, each person is somebody's brother, somebody's sister, somebody's friend, and I'm sure that nobody here would like to know that they're homeless, or to even the feeling of knowing that you're going to be homeless. I am homeless, but I'm not homeless. I am homeless because this is something that I want to do. I want to identify with the people to see what goes on. And so I go out and I communicate with them. I reach out to them. I pray with them. I cry with them. And they're happy to have people like that and to do that. And I don't have money. I don't get a paycheck. I don't have anything coming in. But I do what I can do on my walker, even on my walker. So So I think there's a whole, I know, not I think, there's a whole lot more that can be done. I had a guy tell me some days ago that he was going to commit suicide, and just by me going out and talking to him, he didn't do it anymore. And so, please, we can do better than that. We can do better than that. Help the people. Do better. Take some time out. You will feel better. Thank you so much. God bless everyone.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers wish to comment in public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and go to Zoom. Any member on Zoom wish to comment in public comment, please use the raise hand function. All right, we have Robin. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you and good afternoon. I know that many of you on the council are in support of our public art program, and I'm calling upon you to help me better understand the allocation of that $100,000. Right now, it seems to me like we have a critical need for more affordable housing, funding for public safety, and our roads and sidewalks. My goodness. I'm not an attorney, but it is foreseeable to me that not making these repairs opens the city up for numerous liabilities, for trips and falls, auto accidents. And I find that very concerning. Listening to these shares of these individuals who've come before you and have so many signed documents to support them, I truly hope that this council will find a way to make it a priority to write and implement an appropriate ordinance, because property managers and landlords in this county are ruthless. And I think it does need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other hands raised on Zoom, I'll go ahead and close Zoom, and we'll come back for the first item on the agenda, ID 24-091, the Monterey Salinas Transit-Oriented Development Planning Study. And we have Michelle Overmeyer here. Hi, welcome. Make sure we get your microphone on. Better?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. Michelle Overmeyer, Director of Planning and Innovation with Monterey Salinas Transit. I'm hoping we can get our PowerPoint pulled up here. For some background, MST is the public transit operator for Monterey County. You heard from our Assistant General Manager a couple months ago that Salinas represents the highest ridership city in our service area, and the bus is important to your residents and workers. Let's see if I can, here we go. So many of you know that one of our major capital investment projects is the Surf Busway and Bus Rapid Transit project. It'll provide a faster ride for bus riders traveling between Salinas and Monterey on the existing Line 20. The Surf project will increase service from every 30 minutes to every 15 minutes on weekdays. The project is at about 95% design level engineering. It has funding from local, state, and federal sources. The SURF project is the second phase of our regional vision for bus rapid transit in Monterey County. We continue to seek funding to expand our services throughout the county. So the Federal Transit Administration provides MST with millions of dollars every year for capital and operations. They've indicated that they would like to see a strong land use and transportation connection when they award federal funds. And this may be a consideration in the future for an East LSL bus rapid transit or for future rail funding to Monterey County. So for that reason, MST has been working on this corridor planning study between Salinas and Monterey. Transit-oriented development, or TOD, is typically consists of denser development featuring a mix of land uses located around a transit station, combined with a diverse set of transportation options that help people make that first mile and last mile connection to their destinations. Over 80% of MST riders either walk or bike ride to the bus stop. So safe and comfortable pathways to get to and from housing and commercial developments is really important. The objective of our transit-oriented development planning study was to identify some transportation demand management measures and multimodal improvements. So these are strategies that can be incorporated into planning to make our developments more effective. And then we also wanted to bring more public awareness to the support and get support for that link between transportation and land use. So a lot of planning has already been done at the city level, and we want to align our efforts with work that the city is doing. So we reviewed several city documents, and this TOD study can help the city better position itself for active transportation grants and other funding opportunities. I want to point out that over the 2-year process, we did a lot of public engagement. We did some public surveys. We held a focus group with developers, and we also got feedback from pop-up events in the community. So the study covers 5 areas. They're generally within a half-a-mile walk shed of the existing Line 20. A background study was produced last year, and it gave a snapshot of existing conditions, and it noted where vacant and underutilized parcels could be developed. We've heard this afternoon that housing is needed, so these are areas that are ripe for development and for more housing. The background study also identified some gaps in the pedestrian and bike network. So focusing in on Salinas, you can see the areas of interest for potential development. We looked at the city's general plan, the vibrancy plans, assessors' parcel data, as well as projects that might be under development. Our study has some best practices that can help Salinas manage your parking demand. You might be aware of the new state law, AB 2097, that now prohibits local jurisdictions from establishing parking minimums on certain developments within a half-a-mile of major transit stops. And coincidentally, during our study, there was a state law approved. This is the new intersection daylighting law that will now prohibit people from parking 20 feet from a crosswalk or intersection. So the study helps identify strategies to manage transportation and parking demand. So we took a deeper dive into things that can reduce the barriers for people getting to transit. We explored the condition of intersections and the availability or lack of crosswalks. We also looked at travelways for sidewalks and connectivity and sight distance. There are transportation improvements that can be future projects that the city can submit for grant funding to the state. So on this map here, you'll see locations where we identified opportunities for improvements. Basic bus stop improvements would include a bench or trash can if activity warrants it. We have certain thresholds where we put those in. An enhanced bus station improvement would include things like a bus shelter, real-time information, bike parking, wayfinding signage, and flexible curb space for pickup and drop-off. And then we looked at intersections. So minor intersection improvements are recommended, and that includes installing high visibility crosswalks, curb ramps, transit signal priority, and leading pedestrian intervals in the signal phasing. And then major intersection improvements can be made at some of these locations, and it would include all of those things, plus improvements for bicycles. So bicycle signage, bicycle boxes, and conversion of pork chops or islands to bulb outs to shorten the distance, the crossing distance for people at intersections. So high-level cost estimates were put together and are included in the study. So MST is responsible for implementing the SURF Bus Rapid Transit project and enhancements to Line 20. We have no land use authority, so I'll say that, but we do recognize that that connection between land use and transportation is important. And it's also important that MST is a partner with the city in managing mobility here. So we were awarded the TOD grant about 2 years ago. Salinas staff has been involved in our technical advisory committee from the beginning. Thank you to John Moore and Grant Leonard for their contributions. MST will continue working with Salinas staff, and we're willing and able to support grant applications to implement these transit supportive improvements. Implementation of the transportation improvements in the study might also require working with adjacent landowners as these properties redevelop. So we're an active participant on the city's steering committee for the general plan update, and we regularly review development proposals that come into the city, like through the transit perspective. So we're committed to continuing that collaboration. So the study itself is on MST's website. I'm sure John or Grant can send you the link directly. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And we do have our consultant online, I think for maybe a few more minutes, who can answer any technical questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Just a gentle reminder, if you have cell phones, to please mute them during the council session. Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Osornio. Questions?
No questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Barrera, questions? Okay. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember McShane.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you. How close are we, or closer are we, to moving the Salinas Transit Center to where the Amtrak train lies, either wholly or partially? During the briefing, I think we talked about this, and I thought this study may have also included a look at that. I didn't see it covered here. So, or even if it didn't, do you have some update on that?
I can give you a brief update. It wasn't agendized, so I don't want to get too into it.
But hey, transit-oriented development, sounds good.
So we serve the Amtrak station right now with our Line 59 service to Gilroy. So we have 2 trips in the morning and 2 in the afternoon connecting to the Gilroy Caltrain station. The area at the Amtrak station is a little too small for our operation. I think there's 5 bus bays that are shared. Right now at Salinas Transit Center, we have 9, I believe, and we're like at capacity
you need more
there, so we need more space. But I know there's been discussions, I think at City Council in the past. We were working with Taylor Farms and the city. We have a grant application in right now with Caltrans planning grant to look at studying a relocation. MST owns the property right now where the transit center is, and we don't own other property right now for a transit center. So that's kind of the predicament we're in.
I understand. Thanks for answering. That's all. Thanks.
Councilmember Rocha, questions?
Thank you. When it comes to transit-oriented development, and in the event there's state or federal grants available for moving those projects forward, whether it be acquisition, pre-development, or development, do you ever join on with the government agency or government entity of that city as a partner in a grant application, or what role do you play in securing those funds?
We can partner with agencies depending on who the funding source is. If it was the Federal Transit Administration, then MST would take the lead. If it was community housing, we would probably have the city take the lead, and we would be a partner.
Does that happen often in your line of work?
I would say not too often.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and if you come across any grants, I'm hoping you'll send them our way.
We will. We stay in touch with
much.
city staff.
Those are all my questions.
Okay. Councilmember Sandoval, questions? All right, I'll go out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing as it's a presentation, there is no action, but I will come back to council members for final comment. Councilmember Osornio.
Thank you for your presentation and the work you do at MST.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for the questions. And I want to thank MST, Monterey Salinas Transit, for serving not only Salinas but Monterey County. The biggest ridership is the Alisal, and I trust the work that we're doing there is really meeting the needs of people to get them to work in the morning, to school, I know there's a lot of students, the partnerships that we have with colleges, with the university. So thank you for all the good work.
Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember McShane.
I would just echo Councilmember Barrera. What I've observed of MST in the last 3 to 5 years is you've moved more towards where the market is. Fewer empty buses, greater ridership, and that highest best use of resources is appreciated. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that. Whoever's on your planning team, they're doing their job, and I think the flow of information is good. And we have a great advocate down there. Thanks.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you for all of your hard work on this topic, and here's to supporting transit-oriented development. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval. Thank you. Very much appreciate the presentation and the update from MST. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
We'll mark this presentation received. Thank you. All right, on to our first public hearing, 24-159, the appointment of the city manager and approval of an employment agreement. We have Marina Horta Gallegos, our Human Resources Director, here to give the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item includes a request for approval of a resolution to appoint Renee Mendez as city manager and authorizes the mayor to sign Mr. Mendez's employment agreement. The City Council began efforts for the recruitment of the city manager in October of 2023. In November of 2023, the firm of Bob Murray and Associates was retained to conduct a recruitment for the city manager. The recruitment opened mid-December of 2023 and closed January 28, 2024. Shortly thereafter, on February 17, the City Council conducted interviews of 4 applicants and selected Mr. Rene Mendez as the final candidate. Mr. Mendez has over 30 years of state, county, and local government experience. Currently, Mr. Mendez serves as the city manager for the city of Watsonville. Prior to that, he served as the city manager for the city of Gonzales from 2005 to 2022. We have an employment agreement which is attached to your report and includes the full terms and conditions of Mr. Mendez's employment. Generally, the agreement provides for a 3-year term, a start date of May 28, an annual salary of $300,000, annual leave accrual or vacation accrual of 30 days per year. And it also includes provisions afforded to department directors such as health benefits, medical, dental, vision, deferred compensation benefits, auto allowance, and a few other items. With that said, I welcome any council questions or comments.
One additional add to the staff report that I'll just acknowledge is the last 3 or even 4 city managers, we've had a subcommittee of council members that have brought forward top candidates. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the commitment of all 7 to work through every step of the process, every step of the way. We did not have a subcommittee this time. All 7 council members met collectively to move the process forward. So I just want to thank the council for that. I think that was excellent teamwork on our end. I'll start with questions with Councilmember Osornio.
Yes, thank you. Marina, do we have the comparables to some of the other city managers within the region, and can you talk to us a little bit about how we ended up with the amount that we were offering the city manager?
In 2023, the city conducted a compensation survey citywide. Looking back at the data, which is now a year old, that data reflected that the city manager's salary range a year ago was approximately 23% behind market in base compensation and still significantly behind market in total compensation. as the city council sought to recruit a candidate with experience, local experience, and the council looked at compensation that compared to the data that we had, and the current placement at 300,000 is now within market, but is still below base salary of several other comparator agencies. The data reflected salary from 12 other agencies, some in the Tri-County area and others in the Santa Clara County.
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Burr, questions?
Horta Gallegos, thank you very much for all your difficult work. But just for the folks that are, I know there's several people that are very technology knowledgeable. We have a whole industry in our city that would like to know more about their city manager. What is the best way? That way they can find out who he is, what he's all about. I know that you put on a good biography about him. How can people access this information?
I think Mr. Mendez has several years of service in Monterey County. I think if the public wishes to learn more about him, they're welcome to search online as the date, as his start date approaches. I'm sure Mr. Mendez is agreeable to a meet and greet that working with the council could be arranged.
Yes, thank you for that. And also, could you please let the public know why he needs to start in the month of May?
As mentioned, Mr. Mendez is currently employed with the City of Watsonville, and his employment agreement with that agency provides for a 60 days notice.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez, questions?
Yes, just one. Marina, if you could speak to what opportunities the public had to provide input and feedback as to the selection for a city manager. I know there was quite a lot of discussions around that. So if we could just reiterate what efforts were made from the city.
Yes. The City Council requested that the city work with our community relations manager, and a community survey was conducted in November. It was an online survey in English and Spanish that was online and provided community members, city partners, city staff, bargaining unit representatives to provide input on the qualifications of the city manager and skills that the community employees and city partners thought the next city manager should possess. And so we received approximately a little over 400 replies to the survey, and that data was shared with the City Council as you work towards a recruitment process.
Councilmember McShane, questions?
No, just comments.
Okay. Councilmember Rocha, questions? Councilmember Sandoval, questions? Okay, we will go out to the public on this item. If you have a comment, feel free to step on up to the podium.
Yeah, I'm sitting in a row full of people that were completely unaware of the public request for information. And I love the answer to the question of how, in this technological age, can our community be informed of this gentleman? And the answer of do it yourself is absolutely wonderful. If push comes to shove, you can put a PDF on one of your links, right? But do it yourself is just a fantastic response. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment?
Hi, welcome again. Just a personal opinion. All this should have been done before the hiring, not after the hiring. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you, council members, Mayor. I just find it hard to believe that I feel like we weren't even informed about this. I came to the last meeting last week about this, and when I got here, you guys all ran out and disappeared for 2 hours. By then, I had my own Montevilla meeting. I couldn't attend it. I just feel like the way the city is running, how we hire and elect people, is not the proper way. You're not informing the public, because I didn't get an email. Nobody sent it to me. Nobody sent me anything. None of my associates where I live got one. I don't know how they conduct these emails or how they send them. I'm not badgering anybody about it. I'm just letting you know, if you want to do things right, do them right. There's a lot of money here that people spend. Be honest about it. Let people understand that their dollar is going to where it's supposed to go, and that you got them in the mix, holding them accountable and holding the people accountable who hire these people. I'm just saying, I just think 300 grand really for a city manager? Wow. Plus whatever else you're gonna give them? Kind of steep. We got people who don't have nowhere to live, and you're paying people a tremendous amount of money. I mean, if he wants a job, offer him half. That's what I would do. Give the other half to the people that need a home, somewhere to live. Of course, that's just my opinion. Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else for public comment, we'll go to Zoom. And we have a member of the public, Robin, would like to speak on this item. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. And yes, just to piggyback off what the 2 previous speakers shared, I concur with that. I do think that there is an obvious lack of transparency, but there is a clear lack of communication between what's going on in the city and communicating that to the constituents. I also didn't receive an email. And it appears to be intentional. And it's frustrating, and it really needs to become unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised, I'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll come back to council members for final comments and action. Councilmember Osornio.
Yes, thank you, Marina, and just thank you to my colleagues as well. Just a real collaborative effort. One of the things about all of us is that there's a lot of us that do a lot of community engagement just on our own. I do agree there can always be more communication out to be able to get the word out. I am appreciative, though, for the opportunity that we did give folks and being able to put down the questionnaire about what are the important things or what does somebody want to see in the next city manager. So appreciative of that, and also just looking forward to Renee coming to the city of Salinas. There's a lot of really good employees that work here, really good department heads, and just looking forward to the opportunity that we get somebody in the city manager, a great leader that I think that a lot of us already look to Renee to be, and I'm just excited for that for the city of Salinas. So thank you.
Councilmember Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. To the comments of the people that we serve, the questions, absolutely, we can always do better informing the public. There's a lot of things that we can do. There's certain things that we cannot, by certain restrictions, just because, and I just want to say thank you to a lot of you people here are on a consistent basis. Thank you for getting involved with your local government. A big thing we have to consider as well, some of these people that are applying for this job, some of them were already working in certain cities. And so we have to be very careful what we disclose, how we disclose it. Not easy at all. But there was 400 people that got involved in the process, 400 community people, so thank you for that. Also, for those that feel that we're not doing a good job as far as communication, hopefully we will get better. We won't dispute that. But to Mayor Craig, I want to thank you for leading this council, because this is a lively group. And you know what? A lot of great questions. Sometimes we don't even agree on this council, but you know what? We came together as a whole body, and tonight, the people that we serve, they will see whether it's a unanimous or not. But the gentleman that we did hire, you will be very pleased. As a matter of fact, one thing that really caught my attention, he will meet with the people in Montevilla as best as he can. He's going to be a very busy individual because there are 6 districts, but he's willing to meet with every district as best as he can. And he's the one that brought that up. I want to go up and meet the constituency, meet the people. So thank you. And again, to the city manager, to the city attorney, human resources, thank you for all your great work, because it's not easy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yeah, I wanted to thank the public for their feedback, as always, in revising and sort of recalibrating these processes. I'm glad to have heard the idea thrown out about a meet and greet, the community meetings. I'm happy to hear that Mr. Mendez is already wanting to meet with constituents. We wish him well and welcome him. I want him to be successful in this role. Very grateful to my colleagues on the council, to Marina, to our city attorney and interim city manager for all the work that they did on this. And it is true, much of this process does have to be confidential. We do have to be mindful of the current candidate's current position. So I thank the public for their patience on that, and do look forward to making sure that Mr. Mendez integrates himself fully with the community here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McShane, final comments.
Yeah, I'll echo the mayor's comment on teamwork. This council worked really well together, and that's important, certainly when selecting our city manager. Ms. Huerta Gallegos, great job. You worked so hard on this. Weekends, nights, you fielded questions late at night. You worked well with Bob Marine Associates, and I think he did great. And I'd echo what Councilmember Barrera said. I think the mayor needs to be applauded. This council can be divided at times. We get grumpy with one another. Who knows? It's coming into election season. I'm surprised somebody hasn't been recalled yet. So on that note, it's important to just really throw out there that there's been good teamwork. And to the mayor, you held the ship together. I can't acknowledge that strongly enough. So great job. To the public, there was a robust group of candidates. Robust, international, actually, as a matter of fact. And we have, one of the best I can think of, someone that can hit the ground running, that's regionally respected. And recruitment never goes perfect. I think I've been through 3 of these, and every time it's either worked great here or not worked as great there. I think the note was there could have been more public participation. To our PIO, you should have seen her lighten up. I mean, she's writing notes down. I think there'll be room for getting the word out. The city's doing the best it could. The one thing that did happen this cycle, I guess you could say, that I didn't see in the past was the digital engagement. And I think there was somebody that testified tonight that doesn't even have a cell phone. So, we still got to remember folks that may not be as digitally inclined, but the hundreds of folks that offered feedback, I thought was really encouraging to me. I would definitely support a meet and greet. I'm sure there will be one. If there's one thing I can say about this candidate, he's very much engaged. So I think we'll see that. So I'm happy to move the item, and that's all I've got to say.
I'll second that item.
Okay, a motion made by Councilmember McShane, seconded by Councilmember Rocha. We'll go on for final comments. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you. Thank you, Marina, for all of your hard work on this. I echo the comments of Councilmember McShane. You were a resource for us as we navigated this, and I'm really appreciative of all your work. I want to thank the City Council for our collaborative effort. We engaged in a very thorough process, and everyone made sure to bring forward their concerns, what they wanted to see in a city manager, and we definitely have a city manager that not only reflects reflects the values of the city of Salinas, but also reflects the vision that we want to see moving forward as a community, and that's something to be celebrated. Rene Mendez is someone that's been a city manager for over 17 years in one community, was a county administrative officer before, currently a city manager now. We have definitely a top-tier candidate for the city of Salinas, and I'm very excited to be able to move the needle on some critical issues as it relates to infrastructure, affordable housing, and overall quality of life services for our constituents. So I'm very grateful to this council, very grateful to our mayor for the role she played in this all, and it's kind of time to get to work and continue our work that we're doing for the residents of Salinas. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you. Community engagement is key. For all of you that don't know, you can leave your contact information with the city clerk or contact us, and you can get our agendas at the same time we get them. So that'll help keep you informed. Personally, I would have liked to see a more robust process. I had hoped the leadership would have responded to requests for more information. For me, the $300,000 severance plan is too high, considering we just paid out $250,000 to the previous city manager we terminated. But despite my concerns, the integrity, qualifications, and proven track record of Rene Mendez make me more confident in moving forward to the appointment of Rene Mendez. I look forward to working collaboratively as an entire governing body, and I'm excited to work together to better serve all residents of Salinas.
Thank you. And just some final comments from me. I feel like it was a very robust process. We worked really hard to ensure that it was clean and that we moved as swiftly as possible, and swiftly as, oh, by the way, you know, with the help of interim city manager since October, it's now April next week, and we need to have a city manager in place. And so I would say as swiftly as we possibly could as a governing body, we're thrilled to have Rene Mendez become our next city manager. I do have an ask of the community, and that's that you welcome him with open arms, and that you encourage him to join your communities, to join some of those community groups and gatherings that you have. He's incredibly excited to be in Salinas, and I know this city council is incredibly excited to have him be our next city manager. So please enjoy the shininess, but he's absolutely coming, and I'm excited to have him be our next city manager. Thank you. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
Yeah.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, on to the next item, 24-160, the employment resolution for an interim city manager. Mayor Pro Tem Osornio, this is your staff report, so I am going to hand over the gavel and excuse and recuse myself.
All right, if we can move on to item 24-160, approve a resolution regarding the employment terms with interim city manager Jim Pia, and it looks like Ms. Marina is going to be giving that presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Osornio and members of the City Council. This next item includes a request for approval of an employment resolution for the interim city manager, Jim Pia. Mr. Pia was appointed interim city manager in October of 2023. With the selection of a new city manager and a start date of May 28th, the proposed action sets the plan for a transition from the interim city manager to the new city manager. It provides for completion of the fiscal year budget process and allows for a plan for recruitment of a successor assistant city manager or deputy city manager, whatever the new city manager determines. This resolution includes 10% temporary upgrade pay based on Mr. Pia's annual base salary, 40 hours of paid time off, and an extension of Mr. Pia's previously approved retirement incentive. The provisions will be payable for a period not to exceed 90 working days from the arrival of the new city manager. And with that, I welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you, Marina. Yes, if I can go out to questions, please. Councilmember McShane?
Sure, Marina, sorry, just to be clear, the 10% upgrade pay, that's standard for management working out of class?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Councilmember Rocha?
No questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Sandoval? No. Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Barrera?
No questions.
Okay. So we'll be going out to the public. Anybody in the public wish to make a comment on the employment resolution for our interim city manager? If you could come up to the podium. Okay, seeing none. City Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom? Seeing nobody on Zoom, I'm going to bring it back to the City Council. Councilmember Sandoval, any closing comment? Or Councilmember McShane, any closing comments? Excuse me.
Sure. I'll just say to Mr. Pia, thank you. This has been a tough transition for the city, extremely tough. Depending on who you talk to, folks could be pretty critical about the city, leadership, the council, any of us individually, collectively. I mean, it's a tough world out there. And I think, Jim, you need to be commended for stepping in with very little notice and stepping up. 7 days a week, Saturdays, Sundays. I think I've reached you as early as 6 something in the morning and spoken to you after 9. So I think this is just a testament to your work and your ability to ensure that there's a smooth transition. So I just want to publicly acknowledge Jim Pia for his service and just thank you for making sure that there will be a smooth transition. I think you were acting finance director too, and still are. We've got several senior vacancies, so you're holding the glue and holding the bricks in place. So, thank you. Yeah.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Interim City Manager Pia, for all of your hard work and for your over 40 years of service to the city of Salinas. And you continue to serve the residents. And so I'm very thankful for all of your diligent efforts and happy to support the item.
Councilmember Rocha.
Sandoval.
Sandoval.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Pia, for your consistent leadership. I mean, at one point, Mr. Pia had 3 jobs, and it just shows his dedication and his leadership to the city of Salinas. He's not going anywhere, I'm sure. I think we have to vote on that for him to go anywhere, but I'm not sure if that's a legal thing. But I just want to thank him and appreciate him for his work and appreciate the work he's still going to continue to do. Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so motioned by Councilmember Sandoval, seconded by Councilmember Rocha. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I just also wanted to thank you, Mr. Pia, for all the work that you've done. Your dedication to the city, I think, demonstrates a dedication that is beyond job, but this is your home, and you demonstrated that fealty and that loyalty, and it's been an honor to work along your side in this role. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera.
Mr. Pia, JD, I will address you as Jim. Jim, you've been a good friend of this community. This is your home. I've known you for quite some time, and this is the 3rd time that you've actually been our interim city manager. When some of my colleagues, as they were coming in to serve the public, they were asking me, what kind of a guy is Jim? Well, you know what? Jim is a no-nonsense type of guy. He will tell you the truth, and you do that. Your ability just to, because this is not an easy to run. You have over 500 employees, a difficult task. I believe there's like 11 different departments. And you work well with your staff. So, but from my heart, and I mean this, Jim, you've been a good friend of Salinas. I think you've been with us about 40 years. So thank you for all your great work. I really appreciate you, and hopefully we'll have a cup of coffee with a little bit and something else on it. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you, Mayor.
Burr. Thank you. So yeah, Jim, I mean, thank you. It's not an easy job to just jump in there, and it sounds like you've done it 3 times, and just really making sure that the ship is still sailing in the right direction. All of the years of historical knowledge that you have, your dedication. You know, obviously we all have jobs, and we have to make sure we put food on the table. Some of us like our jobs more than others, but you can really tell that you do it from your heart, and that's special. It's just it's really great to see the things that you get to talk about that you've been a part of. And really, it's been an honor to work with you. I know you're not going anywhere, so I don't want to make it seem like, you know, it's like, you know, and anything like that. But really, just being able to be flexible. I know you had said that you were going to be on board until our past city manager got everything in order, and it looks like you're now here longer than he is. And that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But what I'm trying to say is thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for all of your dedication to the city. We're going to need you also. Renee's going to do a hell of a job. But really, just to have the team of Renee, yourself, our city attorney, and all of the other department heads, I'm looking forward to it. So thank you for all your years of service. And with that, City Clerk, if we can take a vote, please.
Councilmember Barrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember McShane,
Yeah.
Councilmember Rocha,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Osornio.
Yes,
Motion passed.
unanimously. Okay, so I believe that's my item there. See if maybe the mayor will be coming in. Okay. So we are done with the employment resolution for the interim city manager. If we can, there's the mayor there, so.
All right, we have 24-083, the 2023 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And we have Luis Ochoa, our Senior Community Development Analyst, here to give the presentation.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Good evening, Mayor, Interim City Manager, City Attorney, and City Council. My name is Luis Ochoa, and I'm the Senior Community Development Analyst for the Housing Division. And before I really start with this presentation, I want to give big thanks to my team, the Housing Production team within the Housing Division, that really helped put this annual progress report together. And that is composed of Cristina Gonzalez, Luis Rodriguez, David Vigil. They were really instrumental to getting this annual progress report done. I also want to say that part of putting this report together, it requires a lot of collaboration among divisions, among different departments from the city. So it's a city effort to get this report completed. And the Housing Element Annual Progress Reports really focuses on what the City of Salinas is doing to report on our regional housing needs allocation progress for the calendar year 2023. So the table that you're seeing here today really closes the existing 8-year cycle for our arena. We are in that last year, and as you can see in the table, for this specific year, 2023, as a city, we were able to authorize the construction of 247 new housing units, and with closing the 8-year cycle overall as a city, we accomplished 68% of our RHNA allocation. Part of the housing element requires that we also look at 3 key aspects from our city when it comes to how we are approving housing units. So the very first one is regarding housing development applications and entitlements. So in 2023, we had 8. How many building permits we issued? 2,202. Certificate of occupancy when these houses are ready to be inhabited, 108 in 2023. But the one key number to highlight is this really 247, which you saw on the previous slide. And this is really the number that we get credited for our RHNA allocation. And it's really all about the units that were authorized for construction in the year of 2023. And on the bottom of that slide, you see some of the housing projects that we just recently got completed that we are allocating funds for. And then also kind of the city effort to produce more housing through the production and allowance of ADUs. So on top of that, we have, as a city, contributed to several affordable housing projects. So in 2023, we saw one project get it completed. This project, actually, the Sunrose Apartments, received funding from 2020, 2021 from multiple fiscal years from the Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG, and the HSA, the Housing Successor Agency, funds in the amount of $1 million, and that helped produce 11 units. On top of that, the city, in collaboration with the County of Monterey, we're working on a different project with Eden Housing. We awarded $500,000 of our ARPA funds of our America Rescue Plan Act, and hopefully this project that is coming in the pipeline will produce 132 affordable units. That project is currently in the pipeline in the pre-development phase. And this table here really summarized what is a total of 9 projects that are in the future are going to produce 3,291 units. These projects are a different state within the entitlement. Some are in progress, others are already entitled, and others are in the pre-application. But the future is promising. We are seeing a big increase in the number of housing units that we will have in the years to come. In 2023, our department was really busy on pursuing grants. What you see here is a total of 8 grants that we pursued and that we received. These 8 grants totaled $22.1 million that we got for our community. And these grants were utilized to provide gap financing for affordable housing, homelessness activities, as well as planning activities. In addition to these 8 grants, we also pursue these 2 other grants, the Encampment Resolution Funding Program, as well as the Family Homeless Challenge Grant. And these 2 grants alone provided $10.7 million that provided supportive housing, acquisition, and rehab of single-family homes with the potential to do ADUs within these properties. So also as part of our housing element, we have to report on the accomplishments of our code enforcement division. So this slide focuses on the neighborhood blight elimination that our code enforcement team does. So in 2023, they opened a little bit over 1,700 cases, and in they also closed over 1,500 cases. And within that year, we also have 3 receiverships in which the city staff work on. And you can see the change of the before and after of these receiverships and how the properties look and how they look after they went through this process. Another big accomplishments for the city in 2023, and the kind of key number I want to highlight is this 193 permits issued. So if we look back at the second slide that we show you, that represents that the city of Salinas, most of the housing units that were approved, 80% in total, were for ADUs in the form of an ADU. So that's the highest number of housing units being produced in the city. And this is possible really in big effort to our community development department, our current planning division, building, engineering, and permit center staff who are approving all of these building permits. In addition to that, in 2023, the city acquired 5 properties. And these properties were acquired thanks to those previously stated grants that I mentioned in previous slides. So in addition to that, we wanted to highlight the big effort and impact that our Salinas Outreach and Response Team, also known as the SOAR team, is doing in our community. In 2023, they assisted 315 individuals that were homeless, 328 were adults, 31 were children, and on this part of the slide, you see all of the different locations that they're assisting and providing services. It's a total of 11 different locations, settings, where they have reached out to people to provide services. So as part of approval process of the Housing and Element Annual Progress Report, we took this report to the Housing and Land Use Committee on February 27th, to the Planning Commission on March 6th, City Council today, and this Housing Element Annual Progress Report has to be submitted to the HCD and OPR by April 1st of this year. So it's important and adamant that this report gets submitted on time. So the recommendation to City Council is that we adopt a resolution approving the City of Salinas 2023 Housing Element Annual Progress Report and authorize its submittal to the California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Government Office of Planning and Research as required by Government Code 65400, letter B. And with that, I conclude my presentation and I open for any questions or comments.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll start to my right. Councilmember Osornio, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is going to be in reference to the housing pipeline. I know that that's on page 5. And it's okay if you don't have the answer to this question. I was just thinking about it as we were thinking about the housing pipeline. I believe that on one of these reports, there used to be a property Hilltop or Hilltop Circle. 11 Hill Circle. Mm-hmm. Is there a reason why that's not on this sheet here? Is that still, or do you have an update on that?
So on that specific property, actually the property owner just recently engaged the city. So I think that project is moving forward. I mean, before this presentation, I think there were questions as to if the project was going to be moving forward. But we know for a matter of fact, the project is moving forward. So that project is going to produce additional housing units. It's not included on that list, but to answer the question is yes, that project will be included in next year's housing element, as we're actually going to start to hopefully see some of these units either go into construction or if they can secure the funding, the project is going to be moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And then the reason that I ask is because I know for it was one of those properties that when I first joined the city council, that was one of the items that was coming forward. And I just there's neighbors in the Laurel Heights area that are very concerned because it seems that there's a lot of homeless encampments there now. So I just wanted to ask if that was still moving forward. Thank you. I have no further questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Barrera, questions?
Yes, thank you for the report. And there's no doubt there's some good work being done. But to the code enforcement, there was an issue, and this is on your report. 1,576 cases are closed. To the folks that had asked, code enforcement isn't really doing the job we're supposed to do. How do you go about, okay, so you have 1,705 cases open. When you say it's closed, what do you mean? But what happens there? Okay, so you go to a situation and you say, this one's closed. I mean, there's a lot of them. I would envision that we're doing a great job. I guess to the folks that are not really happy with the way we're doing code enforcement, how would we address these cases that are closed? What happens there?
If my director can address that question, I'll leave the mic to her.
Of course. Good evening. So when a code enforcement case is closed, that means there's been a correction of the violation or a resolution in that it's gone on into receivership. So whatever notices of correction have been issued, it was corrected, so the case is closed. So it is an ever-evolving, daily through Salinas Connect. We get reports of code violations, and we have a pretty large city, and we only have 5 code enforcement officers, one senior code enforcement officer and a manager, and then the support staff. So I think there's a big volume, and so we are trying to respond to those cases that really involve health and safety first and address those, and then we move to the less concerning, all cases are concerning, but the less health and safety and more appearance cases.
Thank you for that. On the slide where you had this, can you put the Salinas outreach slide, please? Well, as we're looking for it, I know Mr. Wes White comes here often, and he feels we're doing a major disservice when we go out and do cleanups. But you did mention in your report that a lot of these people as well are getting services. Can you explain a little bit? Because sometimes people come in and they feel we're just disrupting the process, but actually there is good things happening in these, with some of these folks that are unhoused, that live in tents. Even though I saw it in your report, can you just tell us a little bit more on that, how people are being served when we do cleanups as well? Yes, we just had it, but can you just explain a little bit about how people are being helped? Because let's face it, some people do come in and they say, we should just leave them alone, but for some reason, we can't leave it alone.
So I will let my director also speak in regards to that, as I'm not necessarily the staff person responsible for performing that work.
Thank you.
So I think the first role of the SORT team is to identify the location of these unsheltered individuals, and then to, as they are willing, engage them in conversation to identify their situation. It's really, the first step is establishing a relationship. Once you establish relationship and trust, then you can start resource referral. And that could include health and sanitary items, connection to services. I think a big challenge that we continue to face is beds, actually being able to refer these individuals to beds. But at the core, the SORT team is really establishing those relationships and making those connections to help people take the next step.
Yes, and Ms. Brennan, just one last question, being that you're there. I mean, you do have staff that are pretty strong on going out for money. I mean, there's a lot of grant money that has been brought to this city to help this situation. Can you just share a little bit about the folks that are bringing in these grants? Because I think I get excited about people that are doing this work. I mean, we're talking, I think it was like $22 million. of grants.
Correct. So all housing staff have been involved at some point in time in helping to develop grant applications. I have to give a lot of credit to the former housing planning manager and then assistant director Rod Powell for coordinating those efforts between the housing team and our financial grant compliance team in going after the grants, and many times they're the ones that are writing it themselves and pulling it together. And I just have to say, too, with these grants, comes great responsibility. And so now we're at the point where we have tens of millions of dollars, and it's really the execution that we're focusing on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez, questions?
I just had one specific question as to the encampment resolution grant. I'd heard when we applied the first year that it was going to be a multiple year application. Are we planning to apply for that again? Do we know any future? Thank you very much.
We'll let the interim planning manager speak in regards to that.
Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Brambilla. I'm the acting planning manager. And yes, we have already applied for another grant of round of funding, and we received it. And once they start coming up, we're also going to be pursuing more opportunities that come up.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions for me.
Councilmember McShane, questions?
Yeah, if we don't make the deadline, what happens? Does the state withhold funds or something like that?
That could happen, yes.
Okay.
That could happen.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I had a question. When I'm looking at the regional housing needs allocation progress, I'm noticing that for year 2023, we have 4 units, and then for low, it's 2 units, none for moderate, but we do have 241 units for above moderate. So I guess my question is, does the 855 East Laurel Drive project not count in our arena numbers at this point?
The answer to that, and as I had explained in the presentation, the units that really count towards our arena numbers are those units that have been given a building permit. So that project, 855 East Laurel, is not counting towards that. So that's a project that is in the pipeline. But I also want to mention that that specific project, the city council in a previous meeting had given the County of Monterey the authority to issue the building permits. Oh, yeah. So it is actually going to be the County of Monterey who's going to be getting the credits for that specific unit. The number of units that you really see here is thanks to the projects that we help fund. And those were the projects that really produced the very low and low units that you see there. And really the 241 above moderate units, and as I had mentioned during the ADU slide, most of the housing units produced in the city for 2023 were through the approval of ADUs and issuing the building permits for these. So for those units, they're all getting documented on the above to moderate income level because they are unrestricted. So these units can really be rented to any income level.
And as I've seen, some ADUs are at $2,300 to rent. So it definitely goes under the above moderate income level. But thank you for sharing that. That was really helpful. And then it seems like we have about 122 affordable units that are currently in the entitlement process. Of those units, which it's 467 Market Street at 75 units, 98 Kip Drive at 36, and 275 East Laurel at 11 units, are those going to be reflected in the 2024 and 2025 numbers? And do we have building permits authority for all of them?
So I think that to answer that question, it's really tough. It is really going to depend on the developer's team and how fast they can push through the building permit stage. If some of these projects come in 2024 and they get their building permit, that's when those units are going to count towards our arena numbers. So some of the projects that you're seeing here are projects, especially the ones in the bottom of that list. These are multi-year projects that could be 5, 10, 15, up to 20 years to complete. complete, because as you can see, some of them are reaching over the 1,000 units. One of them is 1,674. So it's a huge number. So it's not going to be a number that is going to be authorized in just one single year. So some of these bottom ones are multi-year projects.
And is the 1496 Constitution Boulevard, is that the apartments that are going to go up that came through the gym being demolished?
Correct.
Okay. And those are nearly complete. I guess I'm having a little difficulty understanding at what point the building permit is issued, because they're being constructed as we speak. So is it building permit or is it occupancy permit?
So on these ones, I think for us, we wanted to just give you a highlight of what is coming. So I believe that specific project was actually counted under last year's Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And it's really because of when the building permit is issued. So in here, you have a couple projects that are in the entitlement. And also that specific project is revising the application to a different entitlement process.
Okay, thank you for that. So if it's going to be counted for last year's, it's my understanding that that development is following the inclusionary housing ordinance, and at 50 units, do you know how many of those units are going to be under affordable designation?
So at this point in time, we're working actually with a developer to revise the affordable housing plan on this specific project, because initially the project was proposed as a rental project, but now that project has now been changed to an ownership project. So now we're working with the property owner to get an affordable housing plan so that we can understand which option the development team is going to choose, and therefore how many affordable housing units we're going to have.
I recall that the ownership model had a different number of affordable units that were designated in the rental. Okay, so is that going to be, how is that going to be reflected in our arena numbers? Is that going to be in a revise of the housing element, or is that going to be reflected in next year's numbers, or what's the process for that?
I think we're actually going to have to, as I explained, we are going to have to check, because the building permit, I believe, was issued previously. So since the project itself is changing, we may have to look at, okay, where are these units going to be going and how many are going to be affordable.
Understood. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Sandoval, questions?
Yeah, I know my question will be for the city manager. I know we had a holdup in development in our west area central plan. Could you speak to what the current status is on that, and when we'll be seeing some development in that area?
This is fun because I'm going to pass it to our city attorney, who is engaged in that pretty regularly on that question, the future growth area.
Thank you both. So the litigation with the two school districts, which dragged on for over 3 years, has now been resolved. The Court of Appeals ruled in the city's favor, and this is both in the west area and the central area. And so those projects can now move forward, and housing can be built. The developers are working on their maps, which is the first step in the process. We are processing those, as well as the affordable housing plans and other preliminary documents. And so they are well underway in getting their project approvals to build housing. Council member.
Thank you, City Attorney. Also, you spoke to short-staffed in our code enforcement. How many vacancies do we have in that department available for hire?
So right now we have only an admin aide available. So I was referencing more the number of positions that we have compared to the size of our city.
Oh, I see. So we have one admin aide available.
Correct.
All right. And then I was looking at the slide where it listed all the different projects that were coming. And I know there have been some discussion in the media and some of our community about housing coming to Northridge Mall. But can you clarify if that is actually coming, or what is the status of that?
No, at one point in time, the city was considering rezoning that former Sears site to mixed use to allow for housing, but that rezone did not go through. And so at this time, the property owner is moving forward with proposals for commercial tenancy.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
And I have no questions I'll reserve for comment. We'll go out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go over to Zoom. Any member of the public on Zoom wish to comment on this item? If so, please use the raise hand function. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, come back to council members for final comments and action. Councilmember Osornio.
We have a comment.
Oh, I apologize. All right, sorry about that. Thanks for flagging me down. We'll go ahead and do 2 minutes of public comment. Welcome.
In the report, we're seeing the numbers and we're getting like the idea. Feels as if there's some, it looks like there's some relief, but we're not seeing, in terms of our residents, it's like, what is it gonna look like for them, like financially? Like we don't have an idea how much this is gonna cost. Like it feels really abstract right now. But it does look like it's obviously moving. But my neighbors need to know, our folks out here need to know the idea of home ownership today feels like it's so out of reach. There was a time here in Salinas where a farm worker was able to afford a home. And that was because of union efforts, that was because of, we're obviously in a different economy, but we don't know what the prices are on these homes. And I'm hoping that the city council or your department can be able to, put some kind of projection, what is it gonna take for our neighbors, my neighbors, our folks to afford these homes? What is affordable? That's a big question, and we don't know how to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll go over to Councilmember Osornio for final comments and action.
Thank you for the report, and thank you for all of the good work that's being done in your guys' department. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera, final comments?
Yes, there's no doubt. Ms. Brenton, you have a great team here. Thank you for your great work. I really mean that. And I think not only that, but you actually know the needs of our community here. And I think what I would like is maybe later on as time goes by, we can address maybe a community meeting on District 2 and answer some of these questions, because we do get people coming in. They're not charity cases. It's just, it's hard. It's difficult, but I think they need answers to their questions. So I would invite you that hopefully we can get together and do that. But again, thank you for all that. And with that, I want to make a motion to approve the good work. Thank you, Mayor.
By Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember McShane. Go on for additional comment. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you for the presentation. Housing is always going to be a really robust topic. We can talk about this for days and days, but it's clear to see that good work is being done and progress is being made. And I really would like to thank the public for being as involved as they have been on this. It's good to see that there is curiosity, that there is engagement, whether it be from the city to us or from residents to the city. So it's good to see that there is that partnership there. Thank you.
Councilmember McShane. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you so much for your presentation. If it's not too much to ask, can we please put up slide number 2 on the screen? I wanted to reference it in my comments. As we're working towards addressing our various housing needs, it is important to have a plethora of housing options available, but I think it's important that we maintain a focus on creating what I would call almost a social safety net of security for our community when it comes to affordable housing. In our regional housing needs allocation progress report, there's only one area where we are exceeding our numbers, and that's in the above moderate category, where we currently have 125% achievement rate. I'll wait till it's there. Right. So as we could see in the above moderate, we have 125% achievement rate. And I bring that up because as we're having discussions on affordable housing, this council has really taken a lot of steps towards financing affordable housing projects in our city and creating an environment where affordable housing projects can come forward. And we've had a lot of progress in that, as it's going to be noted in the future years. We have what I believe is 122 units, currently 100% affordable units that'll hopefully come online within the coming years. But we have heard comments like, you're only focusing on affordable housing. What about the rest of us? Well, that slide clearly shows that is not the case. We have only built 4 units in 2023 of very low and 2 units of low income housing in 2023. So obviously there's still much more work to do in our community, and our efforts to focus on expanding the amount of affordable housing units in our city is something we need to continue to do. I know that's a top priority for your department, and I'm here to share that commitment on my end as a council member for this city. It is a supply and demand issue, but it's deeper than that, and you have to make sure you're hitting the exact targets of what the need in the community is, because it's not just about building more housing and hoping it gets affordable. Building more housing altogether is the goal, but making sure we're making those critical investments in affordable housing and creating that social safety net first as a basis of foundation for our community is important. But those are all my comments. Thank you so much for your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Good one.
Councilmember Sandoval, final comments.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Although it was not a whole lot of slides, that was a lot of work, a lot of money, a lot of progress made in our city, and I'm confident we'll be seeing significant increasing in housing in the upcoming years. I know Councilmember Barrera and I have invited the Speaker of the House, Robert Rivas, and we'll be inviting Senator Caballero to have a discussion, because it is going to take more than just the city of Salinas to address these issues. One of the things I'm excited about in the upcoming year is first-time home buyer assistance. And so we're going to be creating a lot of innovative programs that we haven't seen before. So just thank you for all your work.
So fun fact, this is absolutely, hands down, my favorite document that I reference throughout the year. I often go and speak to public, different groups. The Women's Council of Realtors of Monterey Peninsula is one that comes to mind, where every year they have a housing initiative, and they put the city of Salinas and the mayor up there to talk about what we're doing with housing, and they put other cities in Monterey County. And this document, year after year, continues to outperform itself. I will just acknowledge we are trailblazing in Monterey County on all of the things that we're doing. I want to commend staff. Like, I love using these numbers. You guys are working your tails off over there. It's one of those things that I would say there's always room for more, right? We have a housing crisis throughout California, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, but we are doing our part to do what we can to build additional units. 108 certificates of occupancy. There was another city that was up on stage with me that issued 4 last year, right? So 108 certificates of occupancy in the housing production summary that we have. Affordable housing projects, tens of millions of dollars that we have received in grant funding. It is very clear to me that we are doing an incredible job with the resources that we have given you. And Councilmember Rocha is right. We need to be finding all of those additional resources available and talking to our electeds. I think our electeds know we all harp on them, you know, at the state level and at the federal level, that we need housing and we need to be proactively addressing homelessness. This is an incredible document. I would encourage this council to make a note of it, print it up, and utilize it, because when we are compared to some of our other cities, even in the Tri-County area, we're running circles around our neighbors. So great job to you. Thank you very much for the hard work, and let's continue to move forward on it. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
Yeah.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll go on to the next item, the 24-110, the 2023 General Plan Annual Progress Report and Vision Salinas 2040 update. And we have Grant Leonard, our planning manager, here to give the presentation. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and public. Grant Leonard, Planning Manager, here to present the General Plan Annual Progress Report. This tracks the implementation of the city's 2002 General Plan across all aspects, except for housing, because housing has its own special report, which we just discussed. Similar to housing, though, this has the same timeline, so this is due to be approved and sent to the state by April 1st. So quickly, we'll just go over the accomplishments, then we'll talk a little bit about our general plan update, the engagement and the outline. We touched on that bit last week with our first study session on land use and circulation, but we'll just have one slide recap for that. So it was a busy year here in Salinas. It's kind of a good news story. You see here some of our accomplishments citywide, from safe routes to schools, new safe crosswalk there on Sanborn, the continuing work on redeveloping the Hebron Family Center, our beautiful new murals on the Highway 101 underpasses, some active community engagement there for our streetscape master planning work on the bottom, and then improving our playgrounds throughout the city. Similarly, we also have some major infrastructure improvements. The Barden Road roundabouts were finalized this year. $4.5 million in sidewalk repairs were improved. We have some safe routes to school programming. You see there on the bottom, that's a group of school kids all walking together safely to school. We do that in a partnership with Transportation Agency for Monterey County. Cesar Chavez Park is undergoing some major renovations thanks to funding from the state, Prop 68. And the final photo there shows some of our small business support and the technology and promotion grants that our Economic Development Division has been able to support. So in terms of our general plan update, it was a very busy year for community outreach. We had 6 different workshops focusing on public safety, housing, transportation. We had our general plan steering committee that met 8 times with, to go over our goals and policies and actions for the development of the general plan. We did 11 different pop-ups throughout the city. We did 2 community-wide surveys related to climate action and public safety. We also worked with our nonprofit friends at the Center for Community Advocacy to do targeted outreach for our farm worker community, including 95 different house meetings that were held in 3 different languages. And in total, we engaged more than 1,500 residents of the city of Salinas in our outreach efforts. And this is really important because all of this outreach is feeding into the development of the actual content of the general plan. So this is really going to be a truly community-driven general plan that we're in the process of drafting right now. And on that note, our timeline, we had a sort of a transportation land use month in February, culminating with a workshop last week. It spilled into March. And we're on track to be drafting our general plan, get it internally reviewed and released to the public by June, followed by our environmental impact report on the document in September, October. And then that sort of starts the final public comment period, the last 45, 60 days, which could bring us to a council adoption by the end of the year. And with that, our recommended motion here is to adopt the annual progress report and authorize the city staff to submit it to the state.
Thank you. Councilmember Osornio, questions?
No questions, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Barrera? Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember McShane? Councilmember Rocha and Sandoval. Wow, we cleared the board. Okay, we'll go out to the public. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go over to Zoom. Any member on Zoom, any member of the public on Zoom wish to comment on this item, please use the raise hand function. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Back to council for final comments and action. Councilmember Osornio.
Thank you. Obviously glad to be a member of the Housing and Land Use Committee, but we get these reports, so it's great to see them come back. And just wanted to say also thank you for all of the work that gets done. Glad to see all of the progress that's happening around Salinas. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera.
Mr. Grant, thank you for the report. Always a great job. And I also want to thank, we have some strong community advocates in our community, people that volunteer long hours that have been participating in these meetings. So I want to thank them as well, La Escuelita, CCA, you know, all these BHC, Building Healthy Communities. How many meetings were on your slide? You said over, I forget how many, a lot of meetings, a lot of time, people putting in a strong effort. And thank you for your good work. I mean, putting this together is not an easy task, but you make it look easy. So on that note, I'm going to support you. I'm going to make a motion to approve. Thank you.
A motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Will go on for final comment. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you for the presentation, and I too wanted to thank community members and community orgs that showed up. I attended quite a few of these meetings, and it was always nice to see that there was an Escuelita table, a BHC table, a CCA table. The amount of outreach that they did with the farm worker events is tremendous. So it's always good to see that as a city we are valuing resident input, and hopefully that we can continue to build towards further integration in their feedback into our policies and what it is that we do. Thank you.
Councilmember McShane, final comments. Okay, Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you for all of your work. I'll read it one more time. 6 workshops, 8 steering committee meetings, 11 pop-ups, 2 surveys, and CCA farm worker outreach with 95 house meetings in 3 languages, Spanish, Mixteco, and Triqui. That's amazing. So thank you and to you and your work, and also all of our community partners for the work that they've done to make our general plan reflective of the values in our community. Happy to support. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Grant. Your presentations are very thorough and informative, and that's the reason I don't usually have questions. But I just want to thank you for all your work.
And fun fact, this is the second most important document I use as a mayor. Obviously, we acknowledge the general plan has been the critical focus of how we run a city for decades. Transportation, land use, climate action, all critical elements. So when we're talking about affordability in housing and homelessness and all of the other issues, public safety, that's what the general plan includes. And so very much appreciate your hard work, very much appreciate the community involvement and engagement. Thank you to the citizens that show up on a Saturday and help. We're really incredibly appreciative of it. So thank you very much for the presentation. We'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
Yeah.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. I think we have a few people in the audience for the next item. Thank you for your patience. We're actually cruising through, surprisingly, so I've just jinxed it for the night. So with that, maybe it'll just keep everyone's comments succinct. Okay. 24-140, the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Salinas and the Big Sur Land Trust for the Carr Lake Park Project. We have Kristen Lundquist, our Library and Community Services Director, here to give the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Today is an exciting day, and I'm really pleased to be here to talk with you about our great partnership with the Big Sur Land Trust for the Carr Lake Park Project, or moving forward, Ensign Community Park. So the city and the Big Sur Land Trust have been working together on the development of this property for some time. It started back in 2008 when the city requested assistance from the Big Sur Land Trust in exploring feasibility of acquiring some or all of the Carr Lake property for public benefit. Between 2009 and 2011, the city and Big Sur Land Trust signed an MOU to evaluate the constraints and opportunities at Carr Lake and met with property owners. At that time, the property owners were not interested in selling. Move forward to 2014, and the Akita family put their property up for sale and reached out to the Big Sur Land Trust. In 2016, the Big Sur Land Trust entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Akita Farms Partnership. And in 2017, the Big Sur Land Trust purchased the 73-acre property. between 2017 and 2020, the Big Sur Land Trust designed, permitted, and did a lot of fundraising for park development, including robust community engagement efforts that we'll talk about in a little bit. For the last 2 years, the assistant city manager, the city attorney, and I have been meeting with our partners with the Big Sur Land Trust. And we've been meeting regularly to memorialize the planning, ownership, and long-term management of the Carr Lake Park once that park is constructed. The MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that's here before you this evening, is the final product of all of that coordination. We're excited for groundbreaking and construction to begin, hopefully later in this month, with the anticipated transfer of the park following construction to the city in 2025. And at that time, the Big Sur Land Trust will then begin construction on the 67-acre restoration area. And then that section will be transferred to the city, we anticipate, in 2026. So community engagement really has been a core principle that has been embraced by the Big Sur Land Trust. And at this time, I'd like to welcome with gratitude all that are here today in support of Ensign Community Park. The Big Sur Land Trust, working in community partners, including Center for Community Advocacy, or CCA, and CSUMB's Habitat for Stewardship project, held formal community meetings to engage residents in the iterative park design process, which included educating residents about Carr Lake, explaining the project, and soliciting ideas. In addition to formal meetings, the Big Sur Land Trust and partners also held dozens of site tours, school field trips, educational programs, surveys, and community stewardship workdays at the site to engage residents and collect input on the project. Through this process, over 6,700 residents have participated in these and other park project activities. The input collected was analyzed, considered, and incorporated into the park design plan to the greatest extent feasible. And as a result, the project design directly reflects community input and guidance. This is a rendering of the future neighborhood park. This will be a traditional park with features like a basketball court, picnic areas, amphitheater, playground, and a skate spot. This rendering shows the more passive restoration area that will provide walking trails, observation decks, and serve to really bring residents closer to nature in the heart of the city. So I'd like to walk through some of the key aspects of the Memorandum of Understanding that's here before you today. The purpose of the MOU is to memorialize the planning, ownership, and long-term management of the park. As I mentioned previously, after completion of construction and transfer of the 6-acre neighborhood park from the Big Sur Land Trust to the city, it will be the city's responsibility to open the park in a timely manner. Again, after completion of construction and transfer of the 67-acre restoration area, again, the city will open the park in a timely manner and assume responsibility for all traditional operations and management of activities. We also will continue our partnership with the Big Sur Land Trust, as the Big Sur Land Trust will be responsible for vegetation and habitat management associated with the restoration, implement an adaptive management plan, and handle all of the monitoring and reporting as required under grant agreements and the regulatory permits. The adjacent landowner will continue to retain access to rights through the park to access their farm fields. The Big Sur Land Trust will also retain rights through the park to facilitate the construction of the restoration area and also retain access to the use of the groundwater well for irrigation. The Big Sur Land Trust, we've already initiated some of these conversations. We'll continue to work with the city and our community to investigate and develop supplemental funding mechanisms for long-term maintenance, and we'll explore potential public-private partnerships like similar to Adopt a Park or Friends of Ensign Community Park, et cetera. Another highlight, we've talked a little bit about housing this evening. There are 2 homes on the property, and one of those homes, that's along Sherwood Drive, will be transferred to the city for affordable housing. And then we're going to continue conversations with the back house, likely to be used for park maintenance equipment, potential community space, parks, staff office, and things of that nature. So we're here March of 2024, and we anticipate construction to start at the end of the month. It should be open and complete with construction in 2025, spring of 2025. And then certainly we'll be looking to get that park open as soon as it's ready and available. In spring of 2025, they will start construction on the restoration area with completion in fall of 2025. They'll start planting in the winter of 2025, and then transfer ownership to the city with opening the park to the public in spring of 2026. This action supports your city council goals of economic development, infrastructure, environmental sustainability, and youth and seniors. This item did go before the Library and Community Services Commission on March 13th, and they voted unanimously to recommend to the City Council that you approve a resolution authorizing the interim city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Big Sur Land Trust for the Carr Lake Park project. So the recommendation before you is just that, a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the interim city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Big Sur Land Trust for the Carr Lake Park project. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have our partners with the Big Sur Land Trust are here as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Council.
Thank you. I think there's a cheer squad too, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll try to be brief. Councilmember Osornio, questions?
I will try to be brief, Mayor. So my question is going to be around the maintenance of the park. Can you talk to me about how future plans of being able to maintenance, and what I'm talking about more specifically is going to be the 6-acre park?
Most definitely. So I think it'll be twofold. We will, and I will request additional park maintenance staffing and resources to assist with that. But I also think, as I mentioned, we are exploring other opportunities and partnerships, and certainly look forward to establishing a Friends of Ensign Park, and really engaging community. We do a lot of park cleanups, and so I envision that we'll continue to do a similar model with that location as well.
Okay, and then the follow-up to that is just because there's been obviously a lot of buzz about the park. A lot of folks are happy about the park, but they also do have concerns of just, one, making sure that the park is clean, making sure that the park, the playground equipment and things like that are being taken care of. If you look at a couple of other parks around town, I'm so glad that this council decided to put $2 million into infrastructure for the park and playgrounds and grills and things like that. But other than being able to come up with the friends of the park, the cleanups there, is there anything else that you think that would be something to look at when it comes to really making sure that this huge investment into, it's probably going to be one of our newest parks, but how we I guess I want to say, what have we learned from the other parks that we can implement here? But how do you see that working? Again, besides just the cleanups and the friends of the park, I guess.
So as I mentioned, I do think it will take additional city resources. The national standard for park maintenance is 11 acres per full-time equivalent employee. We are currently at 22 acres per full-time employee. So I want to thank and honor our team because I think they do a great job. There's always room for improvement. But this council has been very supportive of park maintenance. We've seen expanding resources and additional FTEs allocated each year. So we will continue to do the best we can with what we have, but we need to do it as a community as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think an educational piece around that and really inviting the community. I mean, CCA's done a great job, and maybe we continue to have them as a partner. Look at all this youth; they can help out at the park for years and years to come. I would say that the other question that I have is looking at some of the projects that the city of Salinas has taken on. Some of the projects that come to mind are the Sherwood. I don't know what the name of it is yet, but I know it used to be the old municipal. That project, I believe, was supposed to be completed in the spring of this year. I don't know where that project is about getting done, but the reason that I bring it up is because when we're talking about the completion of the project and it says spring of 2025, also knowing that the Cesar Chavez Park as well, I believe that was supposed to be done last year. So is there anything that you see that we can kind of get ahead of the game to make sure that this project stays on track? Anything that those other projects we can kind of take from that and make sure that this project stays on track?
Yeah, I think it's the great work of the Big Sur Land Trust. There are a variety of grant deadlines, very similar to some of our other grants for projects that we have to complete and that they have to complete by. So I have, all the faith in this organization to deliver this project on time as they've indicated. And this MOU today is that first, middle step, right? It's really important in memorializing our relationship going forward.
Of course. That's the last question I had. Thank you, Kristen. No further questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Barrera?
I'm going to reserve for...
Comment? Okay. All right. Councilmember McShane, questions? Great. Okay. Councilmember Rocha? Sandoval? Okay. Out to the public. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Well, sorry, I have my city attorney who's asking if Big Sur Land Trust would like to speak too. Certainly, if we can give deference to them first for a brief. I welcome. I'll give you each 2 minutes. How about that?
Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. To Mayor Craig, City Council members, Interim City Manager Jim Pia. My name is Jeanette Lewis, and I serve as President and CEO for Big Sur Land Trust. This is a historic moment for the Car Lake project, both related to the MOU and the fact that we are beginning construction next week, and it is a really exciting time. This, of course, has been in the works for many, many years, and just to be at this point is something for everyone to be celebrating. As detailed in the MOU, we've worked collaboratively with the city since 2008 to explore possibilities for acquiring and transforming a portion of Car Lake for public benefit. We got our opportunity in 2016 to work with the Ikeda family, of course, to acquire the land. And for the last 8 years, we've been planning, designing, permitting, and fundraising for park development. When this project is done, it is going to be probably close to about a $40 million investment into the city of Salinas. I want to thank city staff, the interim city manager, Jim Pia, and of course, attorney Chris Callahan, who's been working very closely with us. It's been a good process. I feel like we've worked through a lot of challenging questions. It is not so easy. I think people often talk about, these private-public partnerships, and man, it takes work to make it really happen and to do it well. And I just want to commend your staff for their good work on this. I want to thank the city for their generous donation of $1 million to help support this park and the construction. And most of all, I want to thank the residents of this incredible city. It has been wonderful to work with so many community groups that are just so heartfelt and passionate about bringing parks and open space to their communities. It is truly a wonderful thing. I mean, having worked a lot on the peninsula, and I think there's a lot of parks and open space over there, and it is a different feel when you come to Salinas. And I love being in these resident engagement meetings. They just bring me so much joy. And I have to say that in my 2 decades of doing conservation work here in California, this has been one of my most favorite project. And it's because of the people. The people who have put so much heart and soul and effort into this work. And I'm really proud of the collaboration that's happened and the collective just heart that this city has for bringing parks and open space to the community, to the residents here. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll go ahead and open public comment. Dr. Llewellyn, welcome.
Hello.
How's retirement?
I highly recommend it. Mayor Craig, City Council, great to be among friends. I currently serve as the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees for the Big Sur Land Trust. Most of you know me in another capacity in a former life, right? So I was president of Hartnell College for 8 years, the proud president of Hartnell College. This project is an incredible asset for this community. We all know, I don't have to give you the statistics, that there's a tremendous lack of park space, green space, all of that in Salinas. And so this is going to be a tremendous asset for our families, for our youth in particular. I joined the Big Sur Land Trust probably, I think, about 5 years ago. And so I've been very involved in this project along the way. And one of the things that drew me to the Big Sur Land Trust is there was sort of a shift in philosophy and mission several years back, and really under the leadership of the president of the Big Sur Land Trust, who you just heard from, Ms. Tuateli Lewis. And a real focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion as part of the mission. And also, we have all these beautiful lands that the Big Sur Land Trust preserves, manages, conserves. But how about letting people get out on the lands? So that was a big shift also. And so there's been this tremendous effort to provide access to people so they can get out on those lands and not just admire them from afar, but get out there. So very pleased to be a part of that, and also our work with the indigenous people in Monterey County. Been very active in that for the last couple of years. And in fact, the name of this park, Ensign, comes from one of the indigenous groups. So very pleased to be a part of that. Lastly, just would encourage you to approve this MOU. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Janet Wagamuth, a lifelong resident here in Monterey County. And if people don't know the history, at one time you could actually put a boat in Carr Lake many, many years ago. And as a child of a parent that used to work for the city of Salinas in the Parks Division, there's not enough parks. There's not enough for our people to get out to. And I am proud to say, as the district director of the CCC, we have signed on with the Prop 1 funding to actually start some of that work, so it's not even costing labor costs to anybody. And they just sent me over Prop 68 funding to actually for this 6 acres. And I'm excited to put our youth in the city of Salinas to work on these projects, because they're making a difference in their community to make more enrichment for them as they raise their families here. And that's what these parks are about, is family engagement, community involvement, but also for them to feel like they're giving back to their communities. And it's important. There's not enough parks. Go on to any park in this city on the weekend. Tell me how full it is. It's packed. Some of our parks have 6,000 people in on the weekend, and they're crying for more parks. This is giving back and conserving a land that has always flooded. Anybody comes out here in the middle of a rainstorm, what's happening to Carr Lake? It's filling up. It's a lake. And if you look on any map, it says dry lake bed. When? When's it dry? Not during rain season. So let's conserve this piece of property and actually put it back to what it was once before. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Chris Devers, a resident of Salinas and CEO of Rancho Cielo. Thank you. And I am so proud of this project. My wife was initially involved in the acquisition of this property, and it's incredible to see where it's at now. You've heard it before me, and everyone you really want to hear from is behind me. But as a career educator, one of the most powerful things that we introduced our students to, the majority of them coming from East Salinas, was nature, was open space, was outdoor education, and to watch how that transformed their lives was just absolutely incredible. Parks and open space are good for people's physical health, their mental well-being, their spiritual well-being, our connection to the land, the ability to come together as a community is absolutely important. We do not have enough parks in Salinas, specifically East Salinas. Not that this park is for one demographic of people. This is for all people in the community, but I know that the majority of the families and the people that we serve, I know, will benefit from this park tremendously. They have my full support as a resident of Salinas, and they have my full support as the CEO of Rancho Cielo. We'll be looking at how we get our youth corps involved in the maintenance of taking care of this park and anything else that we can do to support the initiative. Thank you for being open to signing this MOU and pushing this forward. And I would just encourage you all to continue to look at public-private partnerships in regard to how you carry this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Buenas tardes. Yo estoy de acuerdo con el parque, muy de acuerdo porque los jóvenes lo necesitan, todos lo necesitamos, pero tengo una gran preocupación porque en el área que vivimos siempre ha habido problemas de pandillas y que tengo mi preocupación de que vaya a haber un problema más porque la mayoría de los parques están llenas de homeless, están llenas de gente que va y toma. Queremos saber si la ciudad nos va a proteger con seguridad, si nos van a proteger contra pandillas, porque ese es uno de los problemas que ha habido por esa área. Yo soy residente de La Posada, de los Tesoros del Campo, entonces tengo esa preocupación y me encanta el parque, me encanta el proyecto, pero también tengo esa preocupación como madre, como vecina y como abuela de que vaya a pasar algo más si no hay la suficiente vigilancia. Gracias.
Good afternoon. I agree with the park. I love the park. I think it's a great idea, and I think it's something that our youth needs. But I'm worried about something. Where I live, there's a lot of gangs, and that's one of the problems. Where there's parks, normally there's gang members, there's homeless, there's people that come to the parks and drink. So what are you going to do to protect us against that? How are you going to protect us against the problem of the gangs? I'm a resident from La Posada, and I'm also a mother and a grandmother, and I agree with the project. I'm glad for the park, but it does worry me about the security issue. Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, okay. They're gonna first speak in Chatino, then in Spanish, in Español, and then English. Okay, adelante.
Na Rosibel Marino Lopez. Nhia chiquitsen tsahnya di kwe lente nhia nana he ko kitsen lu que no tindica totsawonya no kwawan lero cuenta no shi kalavi shinji hyang witsen ya haleta okay dikwa tela no nya la vi lo sen le na kutsen ya lo witsen ya la tsahya ya le Dunana ya iwan que no le kusaya kama iya kwa que niya ya kwa chunji kwitsa nya que kutukwa cuenta ya.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Esperanza Ruiz Santiago. Soy de la comunidad chatina y estoy aquí para pedirles que la ciudad se haga cargo del mantenimiento del parque Car Ride y así nuestros hijos tengan su seguridad en ir a jugar sin ningún riesgo. Por eso vengo aquí muy amablemente para que ustedes nos tomen en cuenta, para que pongan una personal o así, para que vayan a limpiar al parque y así nuestros hijos siempre tengan la seguridad en ir a jugar allí. Gracias.
Santiago, ¿verdad?
Esperanza Ruiz Santiago.
Hello, my name is Esperanza Ruiz Santiago, and I'm from the community, Chatino community, and I'm here to ask for the cities to please help us maintain and take charge of maintaining the Car Lake Park so our children can go there and play safely and that there's no risk involved. I kindly ask that you send somebody, a person or somebody to clean to make sure our children can play there safely and no risks. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Genesis Mojica, and I'm the lead youth organizer at CCA, the Center of Community Advocacy, which you guys really know. As you guys can see, I brought a couple of youth with us. Obviously, we're really excited about this park. I've been blessed with the opportunity to see how the park has been in construction, and I've been inviting youth and doing different things like the Weed Warrior events. We've done a couple of events out there, and I'm very excited about the new park. Unfortunately, it missed my mark. I wouldn't be playing in the park anymore by the time it's done, right? But, you know, my future nieces and my kids would be playing there, and it's a great opportunity. But I am concerned about the maintenance. All over Salinas, we have tons of parks, and I'm glad that we fixed some of them, but this is our biggest parks that this is the biggest park that we have. I want to make sure that it is kept clean, kept maintenance. You know, it's hard, but I really hope that I encourage you guys to partner up with Big Sur Land Trust in finding some type of long-term maintenance goal. And then after me, you'll hear from a couple of youth. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Cecilia. I am here with the Youth for Change to encourage you all to agree to maintain the Car Lake Park. This is important for not just us, but for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly, and I'm here and part of the Youth for Change, and I think keeping our parks clean will not only benefit our community, but our environment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Jesus Tejeda, currently a junior at Salinas High School, and I urge you guys to help us and pass this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Hippolito, and I just wanted to say that I hope nobody gets hurt in the parks due to the gangs and maybe some trash. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Jocelyn Hippolito. I am currently a junior in Aliso High School. And about the parks, I ask you to not take any of our comments or any of concerns like a grain of salt, because the parks is something big in our community because it brings everyone together, especially families. And I think our community is considered as a family, which is something important because maintaining the cleanness of the park is something that could bring everyone together, as I mentioned. And as my peers mentioned also, that it could help everyone in general, because as growing up in a community, it's not really pleasant seeing the parks dirty. It's not really enjoyable. It just makes you not want to be there. And that's not really something we want for our community and our future, especially for the youth, the younger ones, especially since I have nieces and nephews. I would want them to have a clean park and be able to be somewhere safe and clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name is Ashley Robles. I'm from Alisal High School, and I believe it's necessary to maintain and keep this park clean in order to help our ecosystems and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Janet, and I go to Alisal High, and I think that keeping our parks could help us benefit our mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Buenas tardes nuevamente. Mi nombre es Jesús Estrada, organizador de CCA. Vi la presentación que hizo BSUR. Muchos de los jóvenes estuvieron trabajando ahí, plantando plantas. También muchos de nosotros como adultos estuvimos ahí. Y qué bueno que se va a realizar porque es muy importante para nosotros, con nuestros hijos, hijas, familia, para ir donde a disfrutar a nuestro tiempo libre después del trabajo. Es muy importante este proyecto y también pues estamos aquí pidiendo su apoyo para que apoye memorando de entendimiento con BSUR. Es lo que estamos aquí. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Jesus Estrada, and I'm an organizer with CCA, and I saw the presentation, and I'm really happy with the results, and I know that all the youth has worked there. They have planted plants. The adults have also worked there, and it's good that everything that is coming true, that the park is going to be a reality. It's good for our families, for our children, to have a place where we can spend our free time and enjoy in nature. And I'm here to support the project, and I'm here to support the MOU with Big Sur. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Joel Hernandez. I'm a Salinas resident. I'm here to talk to you on behalf, also as a member of the Big Sur Land Trust Board of Trustees. So I want to share three things. One is I want to urge you to support the Memorandum of Understanding that's before you. Two, I want to share a story about an encounter that I had earlier when we were starting around the community lake development. And two, I want to share about the impact that this park can bring. When I was first organizing, when I was at the Center for Community Advocacy, one of my first tasks was to go out and tell residents about this 73-acre property. And so when I was knocking on doors at La Posada, I saw this family going around the parking lot. And so I saw them go once, and then I saw them go again, and then I saw them go 3 times around the parking lot, and I was like, okay, they probably don't know me. I'm here knocking on doors. They're probably like, who's this stranger person? And then I encountered him. I said, this is who I am. I want to tell you about the 73 acres that were recently purchased. So it was really important for me to introduce myself. And I said, but I'm wondering, why are you going around the parking lot so often? They said, my medical doctor said that I should walk at least 30 minutes a day, but I can't do that through Natividad. I can't do that on Curtis. I can't do that on Bernal. So we walk around the parking lot. So one of the ideas that these residents, as we engaged them in the process, was trails. We want to have trails. We want to have a park. We want to have access to just the land. So that's why you see part of that development and engagement is trails. So this is going to be an impact that's going to cost people in a health perspective. It's going to get people out, and it's an investment in our community. So I think it's very important. We know that 30 years ago, this was a dream, and 30 years ago, that wasn't able to happen in terms of developing Carr Lake, but now it's become a reality. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you can introduce the guests that you're with.
Yes, this is my daughter Valeria. Say hi.
Hi.
And she's also, you support the park?
Yes. She's on record with supporting the park. We'll make sure of that. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Verónica León. Yo soy una organizadora comunitaria con el Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad, CCA, pero también soy una residente de Acosta Plaza y también soy una una de las personas de la comunidad que ha tenido la oportunidad de ser partícipe desde que empezaron las juntas comunitarias para el parque de Carl Lake. Y yo y mi familia somos una de las familias bendecidas que teníamos la oportunidad de ser parte al crear estas ideas y tomar las opiniones y puntos de vista de toda la comunidad. Por eso ahora que ya casi se va a hacer realidad este sueño, les pido a todos que apoyen con el mantenimiento del parque, porque en especial nosotros en la Costa Plaza, nuestros jóvenes no tienen un lugar, no tienen espacios abiertos donde puedan tener actividades sanas y seguras, y por eso es que pedimos de ustedes que nos apoyen para que nuestras familias, jóvenes, niños, adultos de todas las edades vengan a este parque que es un gran sueño para nosotros, donde podemos estar sanos y seguros, pero necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes para que mantengan este parque seguro y más que nada limpio, porque ahí nosotros en donde estamos tenemos muchos indigentes y por eso es que pedimos el apoyo de ustedes, que apoyen el memorándum para que se haga realidad este sueño y sea un parque tranquilo y seguro. Gracias.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Veronica Leon, and I'm an organizer with CCA. And I also have been I'm a resident from Costa Plaza, and I have been blessed to be part of all the community meetings for this park before it started. And my family is very blessed because they have been able to provide opinions and give their input for this project. And it is great to see that this is finally coming true. But we're here to ask for your support. At Costa Plaza, we don't have a lot of open spaces for our youth to play in a safe and healthy way. And this is gonna help our whole family of all ages, young and old. So for us, it is great that we're finally gonna have this park, but we do ask your support in this being a place that is safe, that is clean, and that we keep this park this way. Because the problem is that there's a lot of homeless population that sometimes come to the park. So we're really gonna need your support to keep this place safe and clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Yes, very excited about this. The Ensign Community Park. There is some education that I think, some history that I believe that we would all benefit from, understanding that the Esalen people have lived here for over 12,000 years. And how old is this city? How old is the city of Salinas? 150. So if we take a chance to look at what has, how the impacts on this land have taken shape in the last 150 years compared to the previous 12,000 years, I believe it deserves some attention. So much so because Ensign is not only the name of this community park, but that is what the Esalen regarded this whole city as, the Ensign. Does anybody here know what the Ensign means? Stephen? Land of the blackberry brambles, and it happens to be still one of our big crops that are selected today, that are picked today by mostly indigenous folks from this continent, from the North American continent. The significance of that, and what our responsibility today is to make sure that, that we are committed to meeting the goals that for every 3,000 people, there should be a park. And on the east side of Salinas, we got about roughly maybe some will say 60,000, some will say 80,000. We're going into this, the season now, and we'll probably see that number rise. So maybe we should do some math there, considering that we only have 14 parks in the 93905. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Okay. Muy buenas tardes, miembros de esta hermosa ciudad. Yo quiero pedirles de favor apoyar este proyecto de limpieza, mantenimiento y este memorándum que están organizando para nuestros niños. Diles que queremos un parque.
Queremos un parque.
Limpio, dile. Bueno, hermoso. Ustedes pueden, dile. Gracias.
That's going to be hard to interpret. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I am here because I'm a member of this beautiful city, and I'm here to support the park. Please help us with the maintenance and keeping the park clean and safe, and signing the MOU for the children of the park. And as the little girl said, I said, you can do it. Please keep the park clean.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello, council members. My name is Justine Ramirez, and I am the Youth for Change Program Manager with CCA. I wanted to come before you because, as you've heard, a lot of our community, we want this park, we need this park, and it's very important to keep it safe and clean. And so we understand that there's challenges with existing parks, but we really want you to agree to this MOU because this is something that is necessary to our community. And although there are challenges, and we expect that, we hope that you open up that conversation to solutions and what that looks like, and please take into consideration how impactful this park is and means to the residents of Salinas. And so that's just what I wanted to say, is that we want you to support it, although there are challenges, and we know that there are solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for public comment. All right, we'll go over to Zoom. Any member on Zoom, member of the public on Zoom wish to comment on this item, please use the raise hand function. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll come back to council members for final comment and action. Councilmember Sornio.
Yes. This is just it's a great day. I first want to thank Big Sur Land Trust for investing in Salinas, the residents of Salinas. I also want to thank Joel Hernandez. As soon as I got elected, I think he called me the next day and said, we need to set up some time so that you can come over and listen to everything we got to talk about when it comes to Carr Lake. So I want to thank you for that. It couldn't have been more than a week before I got a call from you and you told me to go out there. So thank you, CCA. Thank you for that tour of being able to go out there with Mr. Sabino Lopez as well. Thank you to Kristen and City Attorney Chris Callahan and Jim Pia. Representatives said it earlier today. It's really hard to work on these MOUs, and in some cases, there's folks that almost think it's impossible to make something like this happen. You can see that with your guys' persistence, after all of these years, it's finally going to happen. It's finally going to happen. This is one of those projects where, as soon as I became a council member, it was, can we really get this done? Can it really get done? Seeing obviously the youth and going and engaging with residents of La Posada. It's awesome to be here right now with my colleagues, and we're gonna share this. Like, we're gonna think about this park forever. And obviously Big Sur Land Trust. You guys were the ones that were the driving force behind making this happen, and forever, as long as I live in Salinas, I will be so thankful to this park. I also did want to highlight, while I want to continue to make sure that we are being very positive and optimistic about this park, I think that we cannot discredit the comments that are being made of folks that are hanging out at some of these parks, folks that may make these parks unsafe. When you think about folks that go to the parks, you think about the person that's probably running around their parking lot the 4 or 5 times, like Joel said, because a lot of times when you're living 2 or 3 families in an apartment, and maybe you're sharing a room, it becomes very difficult to be able to stay inside. And sometimes you think about going to the local park, taking the kids out, and that's some of the only time that you get to spend as a family. And we really need to think about the activities that are being had at these parks, and kind of seeing how we can have different hours of the hours that our parks are open as well. Those are things that we definitely should look at. You go to places like LA and other places in California, and the hours that they are running are different. So maybe even looking at that when we're looking at how to keep it safe, how to keep it clean. But those are my comments, and I just can't wait to get home and be able to share pictures of my Yo Amo Car Lake little badge that I got, and also I know that the acting city manager is also wearing his with a lot of pride. So this is a long time coming, and with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by Councilmember McShane. Councilmember Barrera for final comments.
Well, thank you to Big Sur Land Trust. This is years of meetings and good fruit today. I want to thank our young Cesar Chavez, Joel Hernandez. Joel, you've been an inspiration to me. In your young age, I do remember when you were living, you're very proud of coming out of, or not coming, Acosta Plaza, being a member, and just the pride that you instilled in other young people to be proud of your neighborhood. Your fingerprint is in a lot of these projects, and I want to thank you for your good work. I'm looking at Mr. Morgan with Chispa, and I'm thinking about our good friend Alfred Diaz-Infante. I remember having meetings with Big Sur Land Trust. Alfred Diaz-Infante is, I'll be honest with you, I think he's the spirit of this project as well. Chispa has played a big role in making this come to fruition. This is fantastic. I know when I met with Big Sur Land Trust and some of my colleagues, my biggest concern was the maintenance of this project, and it continues to be. I'm gonna look at my good friend, our city manager right now. Even though we did a lot of work in fixing Car Lake, the lake itself, I mean, I think we probably spent a couple of $1 million cleaning up over there. But yet we haven't finished the cleanup because the fence, we spend a little bit over $4 million on Car Lake with that fence, and it continues to just be there. And it looks scary because it's not done. And those are my concerns of this jewel that we're putting in place here. As we're speaking right now, because people are having a hard time with housing, there's a small tent city being produced right now close to this area. And it's concerning because sometimes there's other elements that get involved. They're good people, but sometimes it gets hard. And to the young giants that we have in front of us, I want to thank you. What you're doing today, you're going to be thinking about it when maybe you're in the university, maybe you have your own business, maybe you're going to be sitting in this seat where I'm at. But you're going to remember this. I had something to do with that park. I want to thank you, and I want to thank CCA. I want to thank Escuelita, a lot of good people. And Mayor, I'm going to be done with my comments, but I will ask, Mayor, right after the vote, I'm looking forward to see what kind of vote is going to be. If we can have a historical picture with these folks, because I would also like to tell my great-grandchildren, hey, I'm still alive. I was part of that. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm totally down for that, so no problem. All right, Councilmember Gonzalez, final comments.
Madam Mayor, I really would like to echo the comments that were made by supporters of the park in talking about inequitable access to green spaces and to public spaces. I grew up in the Las Casitas neighborhood on Ibano Circle, and I call it Las Casitas Park, not Natividad Park. I was there every single weekend, whether it was a birthday party, volleyball, basketball, walking the dogs, and just to have access to space like that, I really can't tell you how much of a difference that made in my life and the life of kids that grew up on the block with me. So I'm so excited to see this long-standing project come to fruition. It feels so exciting to be here in this moment. And I wanted to extend my immense gratitude to Big Sur Land Trust. I remember the meeting and the tour that I had early on in I think it was 2-3 years ago at this point, and getting to be out there and seeing the excitement of residents that were already envisioning, a trail there, a park here. It was really great to see the hope and the level of excitement that they had and still have to this day. Wanted to extend so much gratitude as well to CCA for all of the resident organizing that it's done. It's not an easy undertaking, so thank you for that. And to our city staff for making sure that these deliberations and that this collaboration went on and was done well. Wanting to make sure that as a city council, we continue to make the necessary investments in parks so that we are upkeeping maintenance. We do have enough staff that we're able to keep an eye on our parks and make sure that they are up to par. And very impressed by and very thankful to the youth that showed up today. It was good to see Alisal in the house. That was really exciting. Very, very excited to support this and so happy to see this finally come to fruition. Thank you.
Councilmember McShane.
Yeah, I'll echo a lot of comments. I think I got the same call that Councilmember Osornio got when I was reelected to City Council by Joel Hernandez. So you, to Dr. Llewellyn, the other trustees and leadership, this has been just an amazing project. And to Rachel and Jeanette and the team at Big Sur Land Trust, always take those calls. Your encouragement, your investment in this side of the lettuce curtain, so to speak, just speaks volumes to the shift in your leadership in your organization. Big Sur Land Trust, by some's measure, is a world away. And I think it really shows that we are one Monterey County. That commitment to equity, access, it blows my mind how I bet you 1/3, maybe half of our regular youth, they've never been to Big Sur. If we asked them where it was, they might tell you it's in Japan someplace. So it's a commitment on the part of the organization to make that connection and move the dial. So I just want to really support that. I think the historic photo is well in order. 40 million. This might represent one of the single greatest public investments from a nonprofit or privately and state-funded community that the city's really ever seen in some ways. So really excited to support this. And we're not done yet. I know we're not done. There'll be the groundbreaking. I think there will be momentum for some sort of auxiliary, whether it be a nonprofit or a fund within the Big Sur Land Trust where we can help. Certainly, I would publicly commit in fundraising to see to it that in perpetuity, that connection between the coast and the valley, the indigenous, the historical, the open space, the access. I mean, it just checks so many boxes and priorities, I think, for this entire council. So happy to second the motion and say thank you. Mayor.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you so much to everyone who played a critical role in this. I want to thank the Big Sur Land Trust for your commitment to equity, your commitment to Salinas. I want to thank CCA. I want to thank, most importantly, our youth for your commitment to this cause. Thank you for standing up for Salinas, standing up for each other, and for fighting for a future worth believing in. And so not only do you know where Big Sur is, you know where Salinas is, you know where Ensign Park's going to be at, and you are committed to uplifting your community. And I really want to thank you for that. You're champions of our city. Thank you, everyone, for the role you played in this. I just want to echo that. It's amazing. I'm born and raised here. Didn't have the opportunity growing up to afford a lot of things in life, but we always got to go to parks. And so it's amazing to be able to provide that opportunity for future generations and put Salinas on the map for the right reasons. And that's investing in our youth, investing in open space, and investing in our community. So thank you so much. And I'm certainly committed to not only maintaining this park, but maintaining investment in the infrastructure to support parks throughout our city. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, especially to the youth and to the parents for being a voice for not only your community, but your family. It gives me a lot of confidence to see a diverse group of support for this project. And I know we can keep the park clean and safe together. And I look forward to supporting it.
Final comments on my end. I just want to appreciate and honor and thank the Big Sur Land Trust for their outreach to not only the council, but to the mayor and to staff. And I would just encourage you to continue that dialogue through the entire process. We all want to work together. I think we've done a good job. This MOU is a clear outline of working, the commitment of working together for the future. So thank you very much. Appreciate it and excited to support. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Yay. Right, and if I could have the folks from the Big Sur Land Trust and the cheer squad as well, I think that's important. And council will gather up top for a photo. Thank you.
Come on, join us up here.
You guys took forever. What'd you say? You guys took forever. Well, good to see you. She's just early. Yeah, I'm Jim. I've known your dad for a while. It's good to hang out with you. Come on up here. Getting that photo. Good seeing you.
Good to see you.
Hashtag the photo.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you on Zoom, right? Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you.
Cool. Is the Carmel Women's Club?
Thank you.
Thank yous all around. Thank yous all around.
Come here, Rachel. Make the rounds. We did a good job today.
Yeah.
Did you know it's in I bet Kimberly
I have
even.
learned I cannot control what any of you say, so.
Thank you so much.
All right. We are going to go on to the consent agenda. Everybody good? All right, fabulous. 10 items on consent. Would anyone like to pull an item for separate vote or discussion?
Yes, we will.
Councilmember Osornio.
Yes, Mayor, if I can pull item 24-109 and 24-129 and just and 24-135 just for a separate vote.
Separate vote, okay. Okay, Councilmember Barrera.
Yes, 109, 135, and 150.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second one.
135,
So I have 109 and 135 for you. There's one more.
150.
150, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Gonzalez? No? Okay. Councilmember McShane?
Just 135 comments, or it sounds like it might be a separate vote. Is that?
Correct.
Okay, well,
Okay.
put me on the list, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Rocha?
Yes, ID 24109 and ID 23745.
Got it, okay. Councilmember Sandoval? Okay. I'm going to pull 150 for question and comment. So we'll go out to the public. Any member of the public wish to comment on any of these items? All right, seeing, we'll go to Zoom. Any member of the public on Zoom wish to comment on these items? Okay, we have Robin. Robin, can you tell me which item you want to speak to?
Thank you very much. Yes, 24-109.
Okay. Great, thank you. We'll be with you in just a moment. All right, I'll need a motion to approve the remaining items. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sandoval moves to approve, seconded by Councilmember Osornio, items 127, 158, 112, 131, 137. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Yes. Councilmember McShane? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Yes. Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, we'll go on to ID 109. And with council's deference, I'll go to our member of the public, Robin, on Zoom. You've pulled this item. This is the general plan amendment, rezone, conditional use permit, re-subdivision, and minor modification to conditional use permit 1977-031 to construct a 36-unit, 100% affordable senior housing project located at 98 Kip Drive. With that, you are unmuted and you may start public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Council, to be transparent, I misled you. I wanted to make a comment about the photo and say that I think that's one for the history books, and I think it was a beautiful way to unite council.
I have to interrupt you.
public.
I apologize. We are on the general plan amendment and my city attorney is correcting me. Do you have a comment on this particular item?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to submit your public comments to City Council via email, we're happy to receive them. Thank you. We'll go on. Councilmember Osornio, you pulled this item?
Yes, thank you. And I just, I know that we heard about this project last week, but I just wanted to update, folks that are listening at home and my colleagues. I did receive a call from CEO Jeffrey Morgan, and it looks like there will be a future opportunity to engage the public in that. And I just really, just because you're here in the audience again, and I know you've shown up to the last 3 times that this is brought forward, and I really just wanted to have an opportunity to say thank you. It shows your commitment to making sure that you're available for any questions that the council has. And that's all I wanted to comment on this item. Very supportive of the project. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Councilmember Barrera, you pulled this item.
Yes, there's no doubt. This is exciting, and there's always room for more community meetings and people that deserve answers to their questions. But this is going to be fantastic. Affordable housing for seniors. You know, I'm excited. I just want to be able to. I saw one of your news where there was a family that got one of their apartments, man. That must be an awesome gift to be able to witness something like that, the joy of that. So with that, Mayor, when we're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio, and we have Councilmember Rocha. You also pulled this item.
Thank you for all of your work on this. I've had the opportunity to talk to some constituents in the area. They shared, some of their views on the project. Generally, everyone's supporting of it. I think there's just a few things people have concerns with, but I know you're doing your part to address those with the community members, which I appreciate. As I've shared to my constituents, for me, it's absolutely of the most importance to approve affordable housing, especially for our seniors. Because when we say no to affordable housing, we're in effect saying yes to homelessness. And the housing crisis we have today, that is especially unforgiving to vulnerable communities like senior citizens. We have to do everything we possibly can to go above and beyond to provide that critical, really lifeline for our community, because this is so important and so necessary. So thank you for all of your work on this. Happy to support the item.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
Yeah.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Yes. Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Excellent, thank you. We'll go on to ID 129, playground repairs. Councilmember Osornio, you pulled this item.
Yes, I only have 2 questions on this item here. The first question is going to be, I see here in the staff report a little bit of information on the request. Can you just define what will be the playground equipment that would be upgraded and the locations of them, please?
For you tonight is basically a master service agreement with 2 of our playground vendors so that we can respond to repairs that are needed that come up on, very frequent basis. We currently have a slide at Hartnell Park that is damaged. We have a slide at El Dorado Park that's damaged. At Natividad Creek Park, one of the landings and step is currently damaged and needs repair. And then we have a slide that's damaged at Cesar Chavez Park. So this is just a vehicle for us to be able to respond efficiently and effectively when we come across repairs.
That's good to hear. And then the second question that I had was going to be, I know that the city council had allocated the $2 million, which was, again, it was like barbecue pits, benches, things like that. Out of those $2 million, is there a rough number of how much of that has already been spent?
I'd have to look at the overall amount. I can tell you that with previous repair contracts, we have allocated just under $300,000 just for repairs. In addition to that, we have the new playground at Steinbeck and Natividad that have both recently been installed. We're working on universal playgrounds for Williams Ranch and Northgate Park as well. So there's still some very significant and big improvements coming thanks to that $2 million.
Okay, and that's great to hear. Thank you for your answer. The only comment that I would have is going to be, as we start to look at different types of equipment that can be added, just want to throw it out there. I had the opportunity to go to a ribbon cutting for an all-inclusive playground at University Park, and just being able to have some of those. It doesn't have to be a completely, every single part, right? But being able to have like maybe one item that would make it easy for access of somebody either on a wheelchair or any other thing going on. I think it would just be great to see them being able to access with whatever accessibility they have. And so I just would ask if there is still some money left over, and maybe we haven't spent all of it, if that could just be considered. And that was going to be my only comment. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by Councilmember McShane. Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Hey, Councilmember Osornio, you pulled this for a separate vote. I assume you don't have a comment?
I'm sorry about saying separate vote. I wanted to comment on it, Mayor, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I wanted to see if we can get just a really small snapshot of where this project originated from and kind of getting it to this point where it is. I don't know who's, oh, there we go.
David Jacobs Show.
I'm assuming we're talking about 135? Okay.
Correct, yes.
So this project is located at the airport in the 13 and a half acres that is just in front of the terminal building. It's a vacant piece of land that's been vacant for umpteen years. It's been several different developers have come in to try to do something with that over the years. We've been working with Ralph Borelli now since 2018 to try to get this thing done. So now this is the last portion of the project and entering into a 50-year lease so that he can build up to 219,000 square feet of warehousing at the location. And that's all I got.
Yeah, and that's great. Is there any time frame that this might start to get underway?
Where's Ralph? Ralph, do you have a time frame for it? Is it the next 5 years?
You won't need it.
No.
Yeah, council member, according to the terms of the ground lease.
You can go. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, council member, according to the terms of the ground lease, we have a window of 5 years, okay? But we don't intend to wait that long. We have a lot of site development work that needs to be done. That is our responsibility. We're waiting to get this lease ratified, and then we will start the design. It will take us probably about 6 months to finish the engineering drawings. We will submit them to Public Works for plan check. We've got a lot of work with PG&E. There's overhead power lines that are in the way. There's a lot of utility infrastructure. So it'll take about a year for us to get the design, get the building permits, and then we will start the horizontal work, which is about $10 million worth of work. It's very expensive. Once that work is done, we'll be in a position to start vertical construction, and we're working with our leasing team, Greg Findley and Mike Bassetti from Cushman Wakefield. Their job is to go find tenants for us. So.
Good. Well, and thank you for that information. I know that this was an item that I had the opportunity of meeting with you and your team about, and I think it's a great investment to Salinas, and I'm happy to be supportive of it, and I'd like to move the item for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by, thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Will go on for comments. Councilmember Barrera.
Mr. Jacobs, I want to commend you. Only 6 years to reach today. That's great. We're moving pretty quickly here.
And I would give the credit to Mr. Godown before I took over. He had this.
Mr. Jacobs, and
I was going to say, Mr. Borelli, you may take a seat. You can take a seat. We're going to address staff on questions. Thank you.
Borelli. Mr. Jacobs, for the public that is listening, share with us a little bit about this investment. What's going to be happening there?
With this investment?
Yes, sir.
Well, the city doesn't really have a lot of investment. It's Mr. Borelli that's going to be clearing that piece of property.
We're not getting any area?
Well, it will bring in rent to the city.
Thank you.
And to the actually not to the city, to the Airport Enterprise Fund, so that we can better improve the airport with these funds. We'll look at, as the money comes in, what's the best way to spend it to improve the airport.
Yes, sir. So this way, when people start seeing something happening there, that way they'll know what's happening. And Mr. Borelli, thank you very much for your patience, and we got another 5 to 6 years, hopefully not that long, but Mr. Jacobs, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember McShane, you pulled this item?
Yeah, I couldn't be more thrilled by this. Every time I've been to the air show or any member of the public's gone out there, it's really shabby looking. Mr. Borelli's been so patient. I also want to acknowledge Case Swenson. I'm glad that he's a partner with you. He has a terrific track record here in Salinas. It's thanks to Case that the Taylor buildings in downtown and other properties, he's invested and loves Salinas. And I think it's also worth acknowledging Brett Godown, our former airport manager. If I recall, I think he even called in to the airport commission meeting to voice support. So this is one of those projects where he's worked very hard and needs to be acknowledged. So a lot of investment, jobs, and I guess those are my comments. And to Mr. Jacobs, Airport Enterprise Fund. So paving, landscaping, lights, this is all money that you may not have counted on, right?
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of maintenance, asphalt needs out at the airport that we need to address. That doesn't necessarily come from grants from FAA or Caltrans. So we'll be looking at where to best spend this money to improve the airport.
And have we got any other room to develop out by the airport after this? I know that Hartnell College has some property to the east, and there's still maybe a little bit of development over by the tower. But this is a big chunk of this.
Right, and there hasn't been any more talk at this point in time. We're doing the master plan right now.
Yeah, right.
So the airport master plan will address all these issues that you're bringing up, and so hopefully bring forward those areas that can be developed.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you. So happy to support it.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. All right, congratulations. We'll move on. ID 150, the agreement with iHeartMedia for police recruitment advertising. Councilmember Barrera.
Yes, thank you. In continuing supporting Chief Murray, could you please share with the public what's happening here? I think it's fantastic, and I want to be able to support you on this.
Certainly. So this is a very comprehensive approach, media approach. It's not just radio. It includes radio, television, and more importantly, streaming, podcasts, social media spots.
Bless you.
Bless you. So let me get a little deeper into it. In terms of radio, what we're looking at is many of the main providers in the greater area here. That includes KDON, KTOM, KOCN, KPRC La Princesa, KION 1460 Talk Radio, also 101.1 FM Talk Radio. And it's not just radio spots. What it is clearly focused on those key times in the morning when people are listening to traffic commute, the weather reports. That information will include small commercials for the Salinas Police Department and endorsements from one of their main talent, Showbiz, on KDON. Very popular, huge listener base in the demographic and the within the range of the people that we're hoping to reach, which is the focus of this entire effort is on our community here in Salinas. Bless you. we're going to use iHeartRadio and what they have available, which includes targeting certain algorithms and certain profiles. And the focus is on people in our broader community who are within that certain age range, who represent our community. Ideally, people who are from here, understand the culture, understand our unique culture, reflect our community, and here's the important part. They want to stay in Salinas. Too often in my long career here, we've invested a great deal of money for hiring new officers, training them, only to watch them leave and go somewhere else. So our advertising effort here on all these various platforms is geared towards that goal, finding people who are from this area, want to remain here, and it's going to be a long-term investment. And I know I'm going on quite a bit here, but this is what I want to focus on. The return on investment here, because I know it's a significant sum of money from our budget, but the return on investment here is that. It costs, with inflation and everything else now, it probably costs around between $120,000 and $150,000 to train a new officer. This investment, reaching out to that demographic, the people who are from this community and from the broader community who understand Salinas, keeping them here long-term, 25, 30 years, that's what we hope to accomplish here. And I'm happy to answer more questions if you have about the specifics of where we're going to be targeting and how we're going to be doing that.
No, I think you explained it well. Thank you very much. And with that, Mayor, when we're ready, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember McShane. I pulled this item for comment. So over the last few years, I have very gently screenshotted neighboring cities and their recruitment tactics and sent them to the police chief. And I think I sent you last week the city of Campbell advertising their $171,000 a year job for being a police officer. The interesting part of that is that it's geo-targeted to this area, which means they're targeting potential recruits in this area. I had a conversation with Mayor Lily May, who is the mayor of City of Fremont. They were actively recruiting as we lost an officer. In 2022, they launched a campaign in Salinas to become a police officer. I will say over the years, I've just seen the tactics are a little dirty, frankly, with some of our neighboring cities. But I will acknowledge that I'm incredibly encouraged with our effort in keeping local people, local men and women as our police officers. I would also encourage, and this is perhaps further down the line, laterals. And that's where we can geo-target in the city of Fremont and the city of Campbell and the city of Santa Clara to see if we can encourage lateral movement with officers at other departments that may not necessarily be happy in their home department and are looking to make a change. That's also equally as important. So I would say that's step two. Step one is obviously get showbiz on the radio talking about what an incredible department that you run and what a great opportunity it would be to be a Salinas police officer. So I'm happy to support it and just wanted to make those comments.
May I add to that?
Of course.
So I share your frustration with that. For a long time, I've been going to the gym in Salinas or running my errands, and I pop on social media to take a look at something, and I see ads in my social media stream for neighboring agencies that I won't name. It's very frustrating. Yeah, it's very frustrating. This will attack that. Now, when people in our community in that profile are on their social media, Instagram, Facebook, they're going to see ads for the Salinas Police Department. Additionally, we are using geofencing, and we are doing some advertising that will seek out people who are in law enforcement, specifically people who are in certain areas where people in the law enforcement community are likely to be found. It's exactly what you describe. And I'm pretty optimistic about this. It's been a long frustration of mine as well. So I'm excited that this is going to really get the word out and draw a lot of people towards the department. I love as well, if I may, that one of the radio channels is more for a little more older demographic in the Latino community. And my hope is that maybe the youngsters aren't hearing it, but their parents, their family members are, and they're encouraging them to seek careers in law enforcement. So that's a win.
Excellent,
That'd be
thank
great.
you. I'll also just acknowledge that City of Monterey has a social media campaign running for their recruitment, as does Monterey County Sheriff's Office. So that's how we remain competitive. Thank you very much. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember McShane,
Yeah.
Councilmember Osornio,
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval,
Yes.
Mayor Craig.
Yes,
Motion passed.
excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
ID 745, Councilmember Rocha, you pulled this item?
Yes, I wanted to take a moment to thank the city attorney for his work on drafting the surveillance technology ordinance. When I was at National League of Cities this past week, we actually had, there was one of the sessions was on law enforcement and how to have more community-centered approaches to public safety. And one of the things that came up was, as technology is being rolled out, how do you develop policies in place that make sure that technology is not abused in a manner that is harmful to the community, and to make sure that the technology is applied in a manner that advances the goal of the particular technology and limits the potential of risk for it going outside of what the parameters was. And in talking to a council member from the city of Dublin, they mentioned a lot of the similar things that are in this ordinance. There were precautionary measures put in place that would require someone to have a password and also track when they were using this type of technology, which officer was using it, because they wanted to avoid situations where someone would potentially be stalking one of their ex-partners. And so they wanted to make sure that they just limited the risk for this technology to be used in a manner that was not what the intended purpose was. And that's been one of my longstanding requests as we move forward in adopting more technology within our police department, that we establish ordinances in place that put those guardrails up, that allow for the technology to be used for its intended purpose and limit the risk of it being used in manners that are harmful. I believe this technology ordinance is a step towards that direction. So I want to thank our city attorney for your help on this. Transparency and accountability is always a good thing in government, and so this brings us one step closer to that. And I want to thank you for your work, acting chief, with our city attorney on working on this ordinance as well. And with that, I'll move the item for approval.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Rocha, seconded by Councilmember Sandoval. Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Barrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember McShane,
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio,
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval, Mayor Craig.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Excellent, thank you. On to Councilmember reports, appointments, and future agenda items. Start with Councilmember Osornio.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to give a big shout out to the GBA. I know Coach Gill has been out in East Salinas, really just doing a lot of volunteerism and hard work to make sure that the youth of Salinas are able to learn really good skills, not only related to basketball, but also life skills. So I had an opportunity to go to their gala over the weekend to celebrate their 15 years of the Gill Basketball Academy. So I just wanted to say great job on the 15 years. And then also a more Salinas cleanup day at Cesar Chavez Park. The library and community services and the neighborhoods, division with the city, they had probably about 53 volunteers out there, most of them kids, a bunch of adults, and it was just so great to see, because when they're out there in the neighborhood, there was people that were using the walking trails, and they were just they were so delighted to see them picking up trash and beautifying, painting things. So just a huge shout out to Kristen, Jose Ariola, and his team out there that are really moving folks to be the next leaders in our community, and that starts by making sure that they are taking care of their city. Also, University Park on their all-inclusive park that they have there. Really great to see these things come to life, especially when I was speaking with some of their maintenance team, and they were explaining how to them it was just a dream of being able to do something like that, and for them to see it come to fruition was just awesome. Also the Street Low Car Show, just wanted to give a shout out there. The Street Low Car Show was this past weekend, and it was very well attended, and I just know that it was great to see folks there having a great time, and that is going to be all of my public comment. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrera.
Well, there's no doubt good things are happening in Salinas. I'm going to look to my good friend, our city manager. At the beginning of our meetings, we always get a big group of people, Mr. Pia. Today we heard from CCA 1,029 signatures. From La Escuelita, 3,000 signatures. We live in an awesome place. I hear that Salinas Valley feeds the world at certain months of the year. But our 4 billion plus agriculture industry creates jobs, but at the same time, people come for a better life and then they find out it's hard to live here. So we end up in hardworking people getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning, but they live in poverty. They're coming for a better life. And we hear about rent stabilization. People are in conflict on both sides, but people just want to hear something. And I think these folks that are coming in front of us, even though maybe we can't solve the issue, but we have a lot of housing projects being developed, but it's a very small dent. We have reached out, Councilmember Sandoval and myself, to the state officials, Caballero and Rivas. I would just, and I don't know if I need buddies, but I would like to have a community meeting just to give answers. Whatever it is, people are desperate to hear something. And I heard from somebody here, the city may not be able to solve the problem, but maybe some of our good friends in Sacramento can help us at least giving them some answers, because you know what, there are signs of desperation. For that one gentleman to say, man, I'm renting one room for over $1,000, but I can't even make coffee in the house, that's sad. So I'm going to ask, we need to move on this for a community meeting, just to give some answers.
Yeah, I'll buddy you on a community meeting around tenants' rights. And also, just for your knowledge, at our next Housing and Land Use Committee, we're going to discuss rent stabilization and tenant protections.
Yes, so, and plus then I think, and thank you for that, Councilor Rocha, I think we got some awesome people in Ms. Brenton's staff that can really help us with that. And this is just to give these people answers of, not that we're going to solve their problems right now, but I think they're at that point. And I'm going to ask for your help, Mr. Pia. Maybe the bread box will be a good place. I don't know. So help me out with that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gonzalez, updates.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last week, I stepped in to serve as the alternate role for the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, so it was good to be in attendance and get some updates on the organization's work plan, as well as the budget. Quite the robust set of documents, but we managed to get through them. And then really, my only other comment is to encourage folks to save the date for next month on the 20th, the Earth Day celebration this year to be held at Central Park from 12 to 3 p.m. I know it's been quite a success in the past. Looking forward to this year's event. Thank you.
Councilmember McShane.
Yeah, thanks. Carla, if you could get me more information on Earth Day, I'd love to be there. It's in my district, so I'll shoot you a text. Gosh, Easter's coming before our next meeting, and it's going to be celebrated in Councilmember Osornio's district with a skydiving Easter bunny, 50,000 eggs dropped out of a helicopter, and as of today, over 3,000 youngsters registered. So I signed up my kids, and for anybody that's watching or listening, come on out. It sounds like it's going to be awesome. I think that it's not on Easter Sunday. It's on Saturday, the 23rd at 9 a.m. So that's neat. I just want to acknowledge Jim Pia. We had a bit of a tragedy erupt. Grease flowed into Lot 2 downtown, and not just a little grease, a lot, like hundreds of gallons of grease. Late at night, Pia to the rescue. Christina Urquidez from Republic Services. City staff was out there. It's a city lot. It's a city trash enclosure, and everybody's on the hunt to find out who dumped all the grease. It may have been illegally done. So city staff took care of it. Merchants were upset. There was one restaurant impacted, and I just want to acknowledge that. Also, Central Park is up for some improvement. This year marks the 80th World War II D-Day. There's a World War II commemorative rose garden. Gloria Galley, our friends from Smith and Enright, the city, Kristen Lundquist and others, working together to help improve that monument. A lot of people go to that rose garden, they don't know what it's for. So there's going to be some improved signage. Yours truly helped with the plans. There'll be some money raised, but not much. The auxiliary has the cash, and Smith and Enright's bid it out. There's been meetings. Hopefully that's in time for Memorial Day. That's usually a very special, somber celebration, as those rose bushes represent those residents we lost in World War II. The Police Unity Barbecue, boy, that was some tri-tip, Chief. And I know fire was out there too. I'm still working on it. That tri-tip was probably 3 pounds. So there was a lot of value in it, and the salad was a twofer, so it's gone already. Just good to see those officers participating in a national effort to honor fallen officers nationwide. I think that's all I got. I just want to acknowledge, I think Janet Wolgamont tonight said that she'd be happy to come to present on the CCC, the Conservation Corps. We got a lot of residents that are a part of that. It's an alternative to a lot of other bad decisions, and it puts young people to work under the age of 25. So I'd welcome a presentation if there's a buddy.
Sir. Yes, I'll be your buddy.
Thank you. So I'll add that to the list, Alexis. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you. I was able to attend the National League of Cities Congressional City Summit this last week, and it was a really exciting experience to be able to see the way other states address their issues. I mean, when you're in the, go to the California League of Cities, to some degree, we're all kind of going towards the same angle, but when you go to a national scale, everyone just has very different views on how to address issues. It's very informative. I did attend, as I mentioned, a session on public safety to where they had a diverse panel of people with very different perspectives on issues of how to advance public safety, and so that was really informative. A lot of cities are moving forward with the mobile crisis unit, so we're certainly doing our part in that respect. Also attended a workshop on how to leverage technology for economic development, and there's a lot of federal funding available right now for broadband infrastructure. And Salinas is at a unique place because we're on the side, we would technically be considered a small city, but we're large enough on the small city scale to where we're a very attractive city to give money to, because a city of 5,000 people may not have the infrastructure to carry out a federal grant, but we're in the perfect place to do so. So definitely want to advocate for us to pursue those federal funding opportunities for economic development. I had the opportunity to attend an ad hoc outreach committee meeting for Monterey One Water as they roll out their change to the billing process. They did send out 63,641 mailers out to constituents to inform them of the change. The breakdown is 50,231 residential properties, 6,408 renters and owners, and 5,135 commercial properties. So for a total of 63,641. It's a very robust outreach plan, and we're going to do everything we can, not only mailers-wise, but also videos-wise, to educate the public on the change. This Thursday, I have a Community Human Services Board meeting and a Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority Board meeting on the same day. So look forward to having a lot of coffee and reporting back to you all. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval.
A lot of coffee.
Well, first, I want to commend the youth that continue to support our efforts in the Amor Salinas. I think without them, we couldn't do much of anything because they're just so involved and so consistent, and thank you to our staff. Also, I want to make a plug for, well, not a plug, I want to make a request for a District 5 community event. I know that there's movie nights across our city, and I don't think we've ever had one in the Santa Rita area, or District 5, at least in the last year. So I'm also looking forward to our Rodeo Oversight Committee and our Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. I did get requests from residents what we can do to partner about the Santa Rita Creek cleanup. I understand it's not our jurisdiction, but it causes issues for a lot of our areas. I also received a phone call from the Santa Rita School District about some concerns about the bridge that is right next to Santa Rita School, that there's been substantial soaking and caused some sinking when people are walking over it, and they're concerned some kind of sinkhole or infrastructure issue may occur. And then I also want to put in a request, or maybe it's just a follow-up to amending our committee and commission bylaws to make them more standard. I know we've been talking about that for about a year, but there seems to be a lot of differences in our different committees. And also, I know that there had been talk last year about shifting our committee times or commission times so that people who work can attend those meetings, because sometimes quorum is an issue, and people have to take time off of work to attend those meetings.
I'll be your buddy on that.
Thank you.
Co-sponsor.
Co-sponsor, thank you.
We could do the District 5 event at a community center in District 5 eventually, if we get to that. Sorry, that was just a little notation. Fireworks lottery occurred this past week, so we've drawn the participants and making sure that we are moving forward with fireworks. I know the fireworks subcommittee has met. I also want to just acknowledge that I had a meeting with the CEO of Golden Pace Health in Watsonville. That's PACE stands for Program of All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly. They're based in Watsonville, but have an interest and are considering a location here in Salinas. So wanted to meet with me, and more to come on that. Do want to take a moment to acknowledge that the city of Salinas has its 150th anniversary coming up again. Listen, I was team 146, we're 144 6 years ago. The city charter was signed on March 4th, 1874, which would make this year 150 years. So we have a large event on April 6th, and so keep your eye out for the city's social media to attend. And then lastly, I just want to maybe have a really uncomfortable conversation about the kids on bikes. I know I've been communicating with the chief on my concerns. The gentleman that spoke in public comment hit the nail on the head. The large group of kids on bikes were on Highway 101 over the weekend. They held up the Highway 101, multiple lanes of traffic. The California Highway Patrol was involved. And we're not talking about 6 or 7 kids. We're talking about 50 kids. It's become a badge of honor. They now have a YouTube channel. And so if it makes me the Mayor Karen, whatever, I'm at a point where I don't want a child killed with the lack of understanding of traffic laws and the lack of understanding of how we need to proactively work with them, work with the parents. I know, Chief Murray, you have been working very proactively, trying to gather information and put together a plan. I'd love for PCAC to see it. I'd love for this council to see it. It is a growing issue, and this weekend was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back for me when I saw children out on Highway 101 on bikes, and that's just not okay. So I very much appreciate your proactive approach on that and would love to get an update when appropriate. With that, that's the end of this meeting. We do have No closed session? Where is it? Sorry. Okay. No closed session. I was like, sorry about that. We do have closed session, existing litigation, California Government Code 54956.9, 54956.9, and 54956.9D1. Does any member of the public wish to comment on any of these items? Great. Seeing none, we'll adjourn this meeting. See you April 9th.